Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Ainers. Oh, no screen. No screen. You're right. Just give me a moment. Been off for a while, guys. Let's see. Entire screen. There we go. Screen is on now. All right. Well, let me start again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Pepe. YouTube room, loud and clear. Main room, loud and clear. Hope everybody had a good few days off. Mixed, Willie, but thank you. A little bit mixed. Okay, what is happening? First of all, just want to ask, does everybody have a spare $600,000 US hanging around for the Ferrari new EV that came out? I don't know if it came out today, but I saw the announcement, $600,000 US for the new Ferrari EV. Okay, so what is happening this morning? First thing I do want to talk about, though, is look at the comeback still for FUTU. Remember, it had a tremendous comeback on Friday. Got hammered down a lot of regulations out of China about these banking stocks. So got hammered down. FUTU got hammered down to $79, but it did close at 90 and it's still in recovery mode at 96 now. Still got a ways to go from where it came on Thursday. That's $125, but trying to fill that void, and that is FUTU. YMAT, YMAT, trading higher after the company announced it received formal authorization from the Central Bank of Taiwan. I just read also that Taiwan is the fifth largest exchange now in the world. So there's some news. I thought I saw $60 million. There's something about a $60 million framework authorization. So that is the news on YMAT. Next high looking left on the weekly chart, pretty close, 188. PHGE. Don't think I could find any news on this one on the PH. Yeah, I couldn't see any news for the PHGE. Let's see if there's something here that actually refers to it. Yeah, just telling us that it's gained a lot, but to me, it doesn't see any. I don't see any press release for it today, but there's got to be something going on. 100% up, and it's had a great 3 days actually. Man, it came from 40 cents on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, that's Wednesday. The low was 35 cents, $1.63 now. At least they did it pre-market, right, William, for the GovX? Pony, I don't know if you looked at any of the earnings plays. Pony is up on earnings. I don't know if it was a beat raise, but Pony is up on earnings, PONY, up 20%. Good volume, China stock. We had FUTU, guys. It looks like it's going to really try to, well, it's obviously going to challenge 100. It's at 96.40 right now, 97.40 right now. QTEX, QTEX. All right, again, another one. I didn't see any news on it. It's over the VWAP. Okay, I wouldn't call this super weak, of course, but RGTI, little bit of profit taking, but certainly not much. Again, this is one of those quants that benefiting from the U.S. government's putting $2 billion into the quants. I don't know, again, if this is a direct investment into RGTI or a loan, but at any rate, had a tremendous 3-day run, went from 15 all the way up to 27, 28. Pulling back a little bit, just a little bit below Friday's close. No estimates? Okay, thank you, William. And there's probably just a handful, maybe only 2 or 3 people in this one with me, but boy, oh boy, nice to wake up to, right? DXYZ guys. The SpaceX IPO coming up. Another beautiful big move for us. Again, I don't know how many people are in this with me, but Codex, CODX, a 47%, and now starting to rip here. Advances Ebola. So this is an Ebola play. So GovX was an Ebola play. Codex now is an Ebola play. And GovX is, yeah, I don't see that either. 7.64 million. I don't see the price either, William. Actually, we have, so you got 7.9 million. They've got 7.6 here. Well, whatever it is, it's a lot of money, raising a fair amount of money. Don't see the price though. MNTS guys, I'm just looking at some of these ones that have won race. Wow, another 64%. This is what a what a gap up here, guys. What a gap up. It's been a very active stock over the last few weeks, and big active stock. Just trying to see if there's any. No, it's not a buyout. Okay, so I get it. So this is, I don't think it's got anything to do with SpaceX officially, but it's one of the, it's a space stock. So that's the reason, MNTS. I don't think it has any. So this director really put his money where his mouth is. 250 shares at $1,300. I'm being a little sarcastic, but anyway, he put some money in, and that's on the MNTS. MNTS. So let me, where could this thing go? On the weekly chart, the next high looks like around 1335. So there is room on the weekly chart, certainly. This is a low float, 8.9 million in the float. So speaking of space stocks, how's Lunar doing? LUNR. Yeah, so they're all with the SpaceX coming out sometime, maybe what week are we now? The 26th. So at the maybe in the first week of June. Let me try something here in our YouTube room. Hmm. So it's official now. Official now, June 12th. Okay. Thank you, PJ. You know, the other one is not really moving that much. Probably, I'm not going to get. I'm not going to get out of it. Yeah, I'm going to hold. Certainly, I'm going to hold at least to the day before. I may, maybe sell some, but that's me. Don't, don't. If you've got it, you have to have your own plan, of course. But remember, I'm in around 30. All right, so MNTS holding that 12 level. Futu, boy, $98 now, 98.20 now, guys. FUTU. Wonder what happens if it hits 100. Will that stall it? So let's take a look at some of the disasters this morning. ENHA down 31% because all right. So Peter Thiel backed enhanced games, wanted to challenge traditional sports. Now it's facing questions about a chaotic opening broadcast failure. Is this the one where is this what was I was reading like the steroid sports steroid? Like you do anything you wanted. Is that what that was? Well, I guess it is. Enhanced the steroid games. I think they're calling it. Anyway, ANHA taking a hit here. This is there are a few shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 30,000. So that's ENHA. And how about AKTX? AKTX down 24% because, okay, so it is on their preclinical data, which obviously the market's not liking. Here we are. The jump, well, wait a minute. It jumped 255% on Friday after the company released. So now I don't know if it's just a massive amount of profit taking or not. I don't understand exactly what's going on with this one. I don't think there's any negative news. You guys are talking about RDW. Yeah, I mean, these are all this. How about ASTS? Is that still not doing something today also? Yeah, so all the space stocks are going a little bit nuts now. I guess because now there's a definitive date now for this IPO, June the 12th, for the SpaceX IPO. These are the type of stocks I'd be selling before, though. I have to admit, they're going to be they're going to be ramping up. Wow, I remember what edit the gene stock or genome stock. Edit CRISPR. What's CRISPR doing? So they're doing a financing, pricing $125 million at 225, 225. So it's at 225. So it's right at the financing price. How about CRISPR? What is it doing? Yeah, not much. Ah, I see that the trade of the week is Wolf. Well, not Wolf, WULF. WULF. So that's a trade of the week. And I believe I had my notes that I. What's the trigger, guys? I think it's over the trigger price. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure WULF is above the trigger price. And Steve is just saying, I hope people don't chase it. This is a Bitcoin play. And Bitcoin's not doing great right now. Well, great. I mean, it's off 400. Bitcoin's around 77,000. So it's not like Bitcoin is surging. Thank you, Ben. 23.25. So yes, it is over. So technically, I mean, look, you trade these the way you want. These are the free trades of the week. But technically, if it opens, it will have triggered. But I would not be taking it. I probably want to see if it pulls back at all. But it's completely up to you guys. Do I think the space ETF will go up? Is that what it is? NASA? Good, great one. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, a lot of hype on this, obviously. A lot of hype. Good volume. I'm surprised. I mean, I didn't. haven't really been following this one, but I mean, there's good volume on it right now. But it's like anything else. I mean, I know it's corny, but it's all buy the rumor, sell the news. So in this case, I have no idea. The SPY, of course, having a nice big pop right now, holding the VWAP. Okay, I just want to see race. Said it was down 6% this morning. Well, it's recovered a bit. Again, they came out with their first ever EV race. A Ferrari came out with their first ever EV with a cool price tag of 600,000 US. So it's weakening on that news. Okay, again, this is a way to play the FUTU guys. If you thought F disgrace. If you thought that FUTG or FUTU can keep moving higher, boy, there's another way to play it. A lot cheaper, of course. This is a two-time, a lot of volume, so plenty of liquidity. And 4 a.m. in our YouTube room chiming in. It's a very ugly car for a Ferrari. Yeah, those are the comments I saw. VCIG guys, so this is up 24%. It's just underneath the VWAP right now. Okay, underneath the VWAP right now. And see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news on the VCIG. Okay, let's take a look at some of these other ones that are in the top 10 in this list right here. The ARTL. Again, another one that's, it's up a lot, but it's underneath the VWAP. ARTL, underneath the VWAP. Boy, this has been on just a steady decline from that high up here of 20 all the way down to one six, basically a dollar. And that is the ARTL. NXXT, let's take a look at this one, see what's happening. So this is one that's just over a dollar now. Was 40 cents in the 40-cent range last week. We got up to $1.10 and pulled all the way back down to 61 cents. That was on Thursday. Friday, it closed just under a dollar. And they're doing a financing, a $6.4 million private placement. I love it when these headlines, they're trading higher after the company announced the pricing. Well, what is it? Put it in the darn press release. All right, so they're making you do math. Okay. Anyway, they're doing a financing, NXXT. Okay, so the QTEX is on the move, guys. The QTEX is still on the move, 100% now, 103% now. Held the VWAP. And I'm trying to remember, did we see any news on this one? It's a low float, but not crazy low, 39 million. A lot of volume already, though. 91 million have traded already. I mean, this looked like, I mean, it's not, but it looks like an IPO back here. It's not, it can, no way. But maybe they changed symbol names, a reverse split, maybe, reverse split, maybe not, not with that float still. So I don't know what I don't know what the deal is on QTEX. I don't know if anybody has any more. It's quantum, but I mean, the name is Quantum, but I don't know. But it says that they're a specialty medical device company. So nothing. I don't know. Maybe people are just looking at quant in the name, and all the quant stocks, of course, went crazy last week. So I don't know. Maybe it's just people not really understanding what they're doing, what they do, unless they've completely switched gears and they don't do this anymore. They're not. They're not a medical device company, which is always possible. Yeah, so this had a big day on Friday. Also, another China stock, guys, BIYA had a big day because on Thursday it closed at 60 cents, closed at $1.32 on Friday, and it's still ramping up. Next high, maybe some resistance right around here, about the 185 mark. A couple of highs right there on the daily chart, maybe some resistance right there. And that is the BIYA. So it is a quant play then. Okay. So even though they say that they're a medical device company, but it looks like, this is what it looks like to me. They switch symbols, change symbols in order to take advantage of the quants. I may be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me because I don't recall. I mean, there's no way this is an IPO at 50 cents. So thank you, Connor Luca in our YouTube room. Appreciate that. And I feel like I've been off for a long time. I had basically the half day on Friday, and then of course off. Markets closed yesterday. Excuse me. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors. Virtually every sector is going to be positive, of course, today. So this is say the 9:25. So about 5 minutes before the market's opening. These are the major sectors, or these are some of the major sectors anyway. And so the biggest mover right now, SMH, semis. Okay, and anything bad? Yeah, well, makes sense. XLE and OIH, a couple of the energy sectors, they're down. And Staples, I mean, nothing. It's not down a lot, but it's the negative. But everything else is positive. AZO to open at a 1-year low. Do I want to short it? AZO, AZO. Ah, is there an ETF for it? $3,200. These guys are crazy. They should be doing a forward split. AutoZone. I mean, this is a big company. I mean, even in Canada, I see. I don't think they're in Canada, but I see. Of course, well, on the U.S. stations we get, I do see the ads for them. I don't think it's in Canada, so there's no way. So there's no AZO ETF. I'm sure they must trade options. Now, is this correct? Let me see something here because options are not traded in the pre-market still, right? I wonder if this is just stuck from Friday. But obviously they do trade options. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on then. Maybe this is, well, option volume today is 0. I just want to check out, well, I want to check out, what time is it now? 9:26. I just want to check out, say, Microsoft or another company that obviously has options. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, that looks the way it's supposed to be. I don't know why ZO says 7,500. Well, I'm not gonna get too bent out of shape about it. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know why. Obviously, that should say 0 because I don't think that's held up. Well, maybe it is, but the price, but I doubt it. I would think that these guys trade more options than that, but maybe I'm wrong. I was thinking maybe this is a holdover from Friday. I don't know what they did Friday. Yeah, I mean, maybe Mac, maybe. But then that's why I wanted to check out Microsoft, and it said 0. So anyway, QTEX continues to make this move, guys. QTEX, not Q-tips, QTEX. Wow, look at the MNTS. Had a bit of a pullback underneath 12, and now it's roaring right now. Had the pullback underneath 12, got down underneath the VWAP just a little bit. Now it's above the VWAP. So MNTS key area, guys, it's just through the VWAP right now. We're at the VWAP area. So that's MNTS. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1335. So there's about 50 cents to that next high. But more importantly, let's see, can it maintain being over the VWAP? The VWAP, the 200-day moving average. 1253 is the actual number. Okay. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line on my daily chart. Okay, guys, we are now within a minute of the open, so I'm going to get rid of this. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm going to miss the ones that just rocket ship right from the beginning, but like the MNTS, I mean, it's possible, but I'm not going to chase it. High in the pre-market was we're kind of right at that weekly high. You can see right there, the high right there is about 1387, and that weekly high is right there at the actual number 13. Sorry, 1335. No. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. That so it tore through that. in the pre-market. It got through that in the pre-market. I thought that stalled it. All right, guys, we're now open. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Whoa. Guess what popped through 100? Guess what popped through 100, guys? And on a pretty good volume. Well, I won't make a guess. FUTU popped through 100. And what I was saying, if you think it's going to keep going, there's a way in which you can play it and not, you get double the move in terms of the percent. Okay. So FUTU, the stock is up, say 16.5% right now, and plenty of volume. Wow. What a move. What a move. All right. Well, let's take a look at Pony, guys. Whoa, I thought it was holding 10. Didn't know it was, well, it's trying to hold 10. Well, it's giving it up now. I thought maybe it was coming down into 10, but no. And it's underneath the VWAP. And this is an earnings play. PONY is an earnings play. All right, solid power. Look at this one. Big volume coming into SLDP. Does it get halted? No. Ooh, boy, it looks like it could get halted. I just want to watch this. Maybe not. Not yet. Okay, SLDP, guys. So this is, let's see, the monthly high 419, the daily high. To me, there is too much resistance, potential resistance, not that far away on a daily chart. So I'm not interested in that one. All right. Keep an eye on the RGTI. It's having a bit of a sell-off now. Okay, bit of a sell-off. I don't know, just big profit taking. Let's see. I mean, the 200-day moving average is about a couple of dollars away. Oh, look at the QTEX now. This is why I don't like to trade in the first 15. Look at the QTEX now. What a got up to 159 and now down to 136 and underneath the VWAP. Well, Poet, it had well, not really. I thought it had a better day on Friday than I thought, but Poet is still giving it up, guys. They did the financing. Well, they say they did the financing at $21, raising a lot of money. Market doesn't seem to believe it. I mean, the next low looking left, 1349 or so. So let's see if that holds it. All right, Zeta, ZETA. I mean, look at this, $19 down to 18. Well, it looks worse than it is. I thought it was, thought there was a bigger discrepancy between the high and the low of that bar, but no. Now the market is now giving up the VWAP. Okay, so the market is starting to fade somewhat, giving up again. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of these halts. Haven't wow, look at few boy. You know, I had half a mind, not the full mind, to take that FUTG just on a wild hunch. I wish I'd done it, but I didn't do it. That the FUTU might get through 100 and then I mean, it's getting close. Okay, it's getting well, not really, I guess. I mean, I'm looking at FUTG again. If you don't know why I'm looking at this is a two-time ETF for the stock FUTU. So if FUTU goes up 1%, this is going to go up 2%. But if FUTU goes down 1%, this is going to go down 2%. But the stock itself, I mean, I think it has to get to 125. Yeah, it's still got a ways to go. Well, $20 to that to where it closed on Thursday. Then it got hit with that news. You wonder how valid that news really was. All right, guys. So here's another sat company, satellite company, and excuse me, SatL. Basically, a lifetime high. This one from Friday, guys. This was a good one for me from Friday. NVTS, and it's still continuing. This is an all-time high. This was a really nice one. Look how beautifully it closed. Closed right at the high of the day. Right at the high of the day on Friday. And yeah, big continuation now. So Tiger was like the FUTU, got hammered down, and so I guess it's a cheaper way to play it. I mean, it's the two financial companies out of China. This is actually out of Singapore. Excuse me. This is out of Singapore, but it got hit the same way that FUTU did. Somebody mentioned the High Line, HYLN. Yeah, nice. Is this a space? Not space. Nukes. Okay, this is big day on Friday. Close near the high. Big continuation. Don't know if there's news today on it. There might have been some news on Friday. Well, there are a lot of shorts also, 1.6 million at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but okay, guys. Well, we do have an AI alert from our AI. Okay, so MNTS. So the high today was wow, it's way up there. That's a well, I am interested in the MNTS guys. Not telling anybody to buy it, but I'm definitely interested in it. Ah, shoot, I waited too long. I waited too long. So that's sort of my veiled idea about what I'm going to get into, guys. When I say I'm interested in it, but I just waited too long. But it's still pretty choppy. What's the float? Wow, that's why. I mean, the float is only 8.9 million, so it's still a pretty choppy, choppy stock. And where could it go? So on the monthly chart, the next high is 1598. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high. Okay, now, I mean, look how, I mean, again, that's super whippy, the MNTS. I mean, it got to 1390 and right back down to 13. So it's all because of the float. So we may get an opportunity on a reentry. The reentry would be about 1328. I'm going to put a price alert at 1328 or a little bit before that. We may get a reentry trigger on our AI at 1328. All right. Well, I'm not going to beat myself up now about not getting it. Okay, why, Matt? What's happening with this one? Is it well, actually, it's not bad. I thought it might have collapsed a lot for more. It did not. It's over the VWAP now, or it's at the VWAP area. Sorry, YMAT, YMAT. It is at the VWAP right now. So is I mean, it got above it, came into it, a little bit below it, just hanging around that area. So Palantir had a whole bunch of insider selling. All right, guys, keep an eye on the RGTI. It's had a pretty big pullback now. Is it pulling back into an interesting area? That's really the question. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. There's the 200-day moving average. We've still got a ways to go to get there. About $1.50 or so to get down to that area. That would be pretty interesting if it got close and then that acted as support. Trying to see if there's any other potential support area. I don't see anything on certainly the daily chart. I mean, the daily chart, the low and that 200-day moving average are around the same. So I don't see any support. So our market is kind of, so it gave up the VWAP, the SPY did anyway, for a bit. Now it's popping. There were some, okay, so now MNTS. So MNTS did trigger, guys, that halfway point between the original alert price and the stop. But has not, which is 1328. The actual number is 1328. If you have our AI, you should have that up and running. You should have something like this up and running where you can see the reentry prices. Okay. I'm going to go over this 2946 at 10 o'clock. I go over a lot of things in a lot more detail. So if you want to hang on to then. Including all the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. Okay, so you can see MNTS. I mean, it's just it's because of the float, guys. That's a lot of volume, 30 million. But that float, you're going to get more interesting action because of that float. Spread has not been terrible. I mean, right there, perfect, 1 cent. But okay, WULF, guys, WULF. This is the trade of the week, and man, I should have written this down. Now somebody gave me what this trigger price was. It's over the trigger price. I promise I'll write it down this time. 24 something, maybe 23 something. It's way up. It's definitely over it. 23? Oh, the whole number, 23, really? 2384. Were you teasing me? 2325, okay. Okay, so Steve, I'm talking with Steve in our Slack thread, and he's hoping people don't chase it. Maybe wait for a pullback. Why is it up so much? Because this is a crypto play, and crypto's not up today. I wonder why it is up. Must have some specific news. Okay, guys. So MNTS, you saw what happened. It got to the halfway point between the original alert and the stop. All right. Can we make it through 1388? So again, guys, if you have the AI, it's the same thing. There is a reentry at 3530. I'm going to put my price alert up in that area again. All right, we're at the high now. Ah, yes, we're past the high now for MNTS. The high, the pre-market high. The next, I think, was 15 or something, right? Didn't I see 15? 15.98 on the monthly chart. Actually, I'm not saying it's going to get there. In fact, on the weekly chart, there is probably something a little earlier. Actually, no, 16 on the weekly chart also. So, I mean, there is some room for this to run if it wants to. Ah, spread is awful. 35.07, 35.50 for the AMC, AMRC. So I'm not as interested in it. Spread's awful. Oh, that's a real bottom feeder that you're doing. Right. Oh, MNTS. MNTS. Well, there's no hard and fast or a rule, Saeed, but I mean, if you look, I shouldn't say obviously, but if you click on dock channel bar, right? Dock to channel bar, not the channel bar, but the dock channel bar. Okay. I mean, this one, the most, I mean, these are all, these are all fast moving stocks, explosive winners. All depends on your trading style, of course, but those are a couple, obviously. Explosive winners and the most. You can take a look at those. And use our AI. I mean, I know I harp on this a lot, guys, but the reentry, the reentry, the reentry. If you have our AI, you don't, and you're not following the reentries, you're doing yourself a disservice. Okay, in my opinion. I'm kind of back to just waiting for reentries. And I discounted I mean, the AMRC. I mean, it could possibly. I didn't like the spread. The spread is tightened up a little bit, but I didn't like the spread, and that spread won't matter if it goes up a couple of dollars, of course. But I just don't know what's going to do that. Now, Dan, this is I think that new. If you click on Dock Channel Bar, this is this new one by the lows. Let me see if this is yeah, the super low 100. So these are the two scans that he was using, or well, these are top lists, and this is a scan that he was using, I think, demonstrating last Wednesday. So they have been added now. How you use them, if you, I hoping there's going to be a video done on this to understand a little bit more, because these are two new filters that we've got. The time to 5 day. These are two new filters that we've got. We haven't added filters in years. So don't ask me how to use it, okay? But it is there now. All right. So FUTU, will it hold 100? I had that. Whoops. FUTU, will it hold 100? It's right. The VWAP is basically 100. Okay. The VWAP is basically 100. So I had the big run, still up 13%. Will it hold 100 and then bounce off 100? And if it does that, you might want to be keeping an eye on FUTG. A cheaper way to play it. It's exactly the same chart pattern, just a lot cheaper. Well, AKTX, shoot. I saw this halted and I forgot to keep watching it. AKTX and it's halted again. AKTX. Okay, now if you took that MNTS, you should be out. I'm not saying out everything, but you should be out, a good portion of it, in my opinion. Okay. Just because of the float, you never know what can happen. Okay. And that's what I've done. I mean, got up to almost 15. The minute it started drifting down, I want to see if 14 could hold it. If not, I'm probably out of everything. Even though the wave is still pretty decent. Anyway, AKTX. So interesting day on Friday. Remember, this stock was on Thursday, $3 stock. It closed at 18 and just over the 200-day moving average. This morning, it pulled all the way back down to 14. And now it's sitting at 19, 81 on the halt. All right, guys, this IPO a couple of months ago, SWMR. So the high is 68. High on the weekly chart is 4581. Yeah, 4580. Yeah, 4581 is the next high in the weekly chart. So there's a little bit of room. If it can take that out, though, look out. I mean, $60 is the next high. That is the SWMR. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Okay, see if it gets there today, maybe tomorrow, and starts to fill in a little more of the void. And that's the SWMR. Wow, it looks like it's going to do it in almost just by putting the price alert there. Oh, look at the Aus guys. Wow, Aus is another like great move. A few days ago, $28 stock, 44 now. This is not. Thought it might have been something to do with space, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's robotics, etc. Okay, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage, and I think that promo code is still alive. I think it's, in theory, over tonight at midnight. May last another day, but so let me go to my homepage and show you all the information you can get from my homepage, including some scans. So you see what's happened with the MNTS guys. So that's it for me. Like I may look at it later on, but that's it for me and the MNTS. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, we still have the two promo codes. So please listen carefully. You can get 28% off if only if you can you decide you want to take out a premium annual subscription. Okay, premium annual subscription. You can get 28% off. Otherwise, the other three subscriptions, the two monthlies and the standard annual, you can get 22% off. Okay. If you have any questions about the codes, just let me know or on how to interpret them. Okay. Again, 28% off a premium annual subscription. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever code is on my homepage. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm, and the company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there's another room called the trading room. This room is a lot more active. It's actually open also at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me. So that's why Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room that has activity in the pre-market, I'm here. Lots of action in this room during the pre-market. I don't get on the mic until sometime between usually 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, of course. And then I go to, all depends on how many questions I get, anywhere between 2 and 2:30 or even later Eastern time, depending on how many questions I get. But after I leave, many times Obi will keep this room open after I leave. It's up to him. I'll ask later on what his plans are. Okay. And this trading room is free also. Okay. So if you're sitting in YouTube thinking, well, I want to pay for a trading room, you don't have to. This room is free also. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And the trade of the week this week is WULF. It triggered, but way above the trigger price. He doesn't know. I mean, he treats these trades of the week. He's got a suggested entry, but it opened way above that. So, his suggestion is maybe wait for a pullback, but it's up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. But as I always say, how you trade them, if you trade them, completely up to you. Education. So if you've taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on the more info. And these are 12 short videos getting started with trade ideas. So mandatory you do this if you've taken out a subscription. Okay, just 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the last one. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay, you can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you are new to trading right here. And last, if you're looking for some of the scans that I am currently sharing, and you click on my homepage link, middle section right here, the custom scans. So these are technically not scans. Okay, this is a race, a large cap race, and then the more volatile race right here. These are scans, the upside versus downside movers. I don't have that up and running or displaying, but you can certainly take a look at it. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. And I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, I don't have them up and running, but doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I don't have them up and running right now. I have a momentum scan. So somebody was asking about, day trading. Well, all these are really designed for day trading. These are active stocks. So a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and the up down 25-cent scan. Okay, I mean, these are all active stocks. But you have to know how to trade. Okay, just because a stock is active and it's moving higher doesn't necessarily mean you take the trade right away. My recommendation is that you test anything you're doing right now in our simulator. Our simulator is part of the standard service. It uses our real-time data. So I would absolutely practice in our simulator. That was close. I almost X that out. That's what I want to X out. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Typically, I will not be able to answer an accounting type question. If you have an accounting question, though, I can direct you to the people who can help you. Okay. All right, guys, IMMX is kind of interesting. Over the whole number, over the VWAP, there's room on the daily chart to about 950. That's certainly plenty of room. IMMX is interesting to me anyway. Want to watch to see how well it holds over 9. Yeah, better reset my price alert right at the VWAP area. See if it takes that out. What's it up right now? Yeah, it's not up a lot, but it is trading 8.5 times normal up to this time of day. That's the IMMX. Just waiting to see if it can get over 9 again. Okay. I'm not in love with the spread right now, guys. I have to admit. I mean, it's a 10-cent spread, 9-cent spread, 7-cent spread for a $9 stock. Get rid of some of these that have triggered earlier, not just today, but previous days. Well, I didn't ended up not taking the AMRC, but I mean it's working. I just didn't, as I said, I didn't like the spread very much, but it is working, especially off that reentry. All right, so the IMMX 905, 910, not as bad now in terms of the spread. Okay, so I'm going to show you also in the guide. Okay, so your reference, Burks. The question is how to put a sound alert on an alert window, but I do want to direct you to the guide. Okay, so that if you forget, at least you know where to look. So on my homepage, you click on my homepage link and go down to the education section right here. Click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. And one of the sections is called the sound alerts. Okay, right there. I will go over, but that's your reference. Okay. So to put a sound alert on a window, on an alert window. So here I do have a sound alert on my Halts Resumes. Okay, but I'll just show you. So you right click on your window and go to properties. Well, first of all, a big box pops up, properties, and you see where it says actions at the top. You click on actions. And then you can click on play sound. And then you set up the sound. So you can go text to speech. You can pick a female or a male voice. In other words, the symbol will be read out if you want. Text to speech, female or male, whatever you prefer. Or you could do both. You can have if you have two alert windows, you could have one female, one male. And otherwise, you can also go use custom sound. Click on that. When you do that, then you click on the select sound. And then these are three folders that we've created for you. Okay, 3 folders. And each folder has some sound alerts. So if I click on Mad Money, here are the sound alerts within Mad Money. So if I click on Gong as an example, I can click on Open and then play it. If I like the sound, then I can say okay a couple of times, and then the sound alert gets attached to that window. Okay. Now, the AI is just slightly different. If you right click on the AI, you go right to actions. There's not a properties to open up. You go right to actions, and then it's the same. And you, anybody with the AI, mandatory. I mean, you're paying for it, so you want to know when there's an alert, and you also get an alert on a reentry. And the whole idea of the sound alerts is, of course, putting a different sound alert on your different alert windows or the AI, or you can put the sound alert on your price alert window, this one right here. Okay, this one right here, there's your price alerts window. Now, the best way to use it, in my opinion, is you minimize it. You don't have to have this taking up any screen space, even if you've got the screen space. Why? Well, let me put a price alert here, 1815. We want a little bit above. So I'm going to minimize, and hopefully one will trigger. You see what I'm talking about? There you go. See what happened? So it hit 1820. Now it came back down, but it hit 1827 where I put my price alert. The price alert window pops up on my screen. You cannot miss it. I also put a sound alert in here. It'll be the same. Yeah, you go right to actions. Okay, right to actions. Then why would I put a sound alert when it pops up? Because I may be away from my computer, and I have a wireless headset, of course, and so I may be away from my computer. So actually, for any sound that I hear, I'll come racing back to see. I've got a specific sound here, and that's the whole idea of the sound alerts. You put a different sound alert on your different windows, so that when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. But I caution you, don't have like 5 alert windows and well, even 5 alert windows. That'd be a lot. And a bunch of top lists. Don't have so much open that you'll get nothing done. You'll be clicking like mad on different alerts all day long and getting nothing done. Well, hello, Ford Jet or Ford T Jet. Good morning. Good morning to you. Let me go over this race here, guys. Okay. Look at this one, Brain with 2 eyes, limited, or yeah, limited. Boy, there's no room. There's room in this one. Look at the weekly chart anyway. There's a ton of room on the weekly chart for Brain, BRAI. Well, good time to go over the race. Okay. So, first of all, what I want to do is also direct you to the user guide. And there's a whole section on stock racing. Again, somebody asked about day trading. Well, the heck of you're going to see super active stocks here. Wow, look, I'm not in it anymore. I wish I were, but I'm not. The MNTS. That's a rippage now, guys. Super rippage on the MNTS. So let me go over this race now. First of all, why did I put my homepage link in? Again, same thing as I went over with the sound alerts. Okay, what I'm going to go over, there's a lot to it. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and again, user guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing right here. Okay. So everything is customizable, including the length of time you want to run a race. I'm running a 4-minute race. I picked 4 minutes a long time ago. I've stuck with it. You don't have to. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever you want. This is going to win this race. Race is over, and of course, it won. It was up 28%. and it had not won a race before. Oops, sorry. It had not won a race before. So let me explain why you're not seeing it other than here as in the last winter. So what happens is automatically, and this is why I think it's very good for either new traders or even if you're an experienced trader, but it creates a watch list for you, an all-day watch list of 10 stocks. Okay, you can see there are 10 here also, and of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So YMAT has won 9 races, Mints has won 5, etc. And of course, how does a stock win a race? Well, it wins a race. So when the race starts, and this is a little less than a minute into this race, TRT has moved 2.66%. Doesn't mean that's what it's up today. It's actually up 16.5% today, but it has moved. Now Ecor has moved 3%. Okay, there's jockeying for position like any other race. So how to use it? Well, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. If you see something that's leading a race right now, click on it, see what's happening. It may be setting up for you. You know, this, and look what happened. It came into the VWAP. Okay, and maybe it's bouncing off the VWAP if that's your style of trading. You know, it's look, I was trying to hold the VWAP and, got over the whole number of 8. Again, your style of trading, it all depends. Some of you are great, are really like to see pullbacks. So pull back into the VWAP. So you take it maybe a little bit above, put your stop underneath the VWAP and let it go. Do they all work? Of course not. Here's TRT. So another one, look at this. I mean, it's sort of it's in the VWAP area. If you're a VWAP player, you might look at this and go, okay, maybe I want to take this trade. I mean, it's got room obviously to the high of the day. Got room if it takes out the high of the day, I mean, it's 21. So there's a ton of room for this one. So this is, really interesting, in my opinion. So again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol. In fact, and you don't have to, it doesn't have to be at the top either. Maybe it's something down here. Just click on it, see what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until another one, into the VWAP. Another one into the VWAP. The VWAP, I'm not a big technical indicator guy, but, I think this is probably for intraday trading, one of the probably the most often used for intraday trading. The only other one I use is the 200-day moving average, and that's not really for intraday trading. I'm looking for, I don't want let's see if a stock is coming into the 200-day moving average. So again, anything that you see, look at CPSH. I mean, let's take a look at it. What's happening? The other one, look, a lot of them are kind of interesting. A lot of them came into the VWAP area and popping off. The VWAP acting as support. Now, does it happen all the time? Of course not. Anything that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. I know it's a broken record, but you won't know until you click on it and just see what's happening. So, QTEX is really giving it up badly. But you never know. This was another one that, who knows, maybe it was coming into the VWAP. That purple line on my chart, that's the VWAP, okay? You don't know until you click on it. Maybe it was coming into it. Maybe it was going to act as support. But you look what happened. It crashed through and probably over for the day. Take a look at take a look at the MNTS. I mean, it's been very, in my opinion, I mean, it's been tough to hold, but maybe it's, if it keeps it to the top of that wave, I mean, there's nothing saying that it won't keep going. I mean, the high in the weekly chart, I'll get you today, got up to 1551, and the high in the weekly chart, it still has room. Not much though, about 50 cents, to that high. So anything that's won a race, let's take a look at PAVS, see what's happening. Well, maybe interesting, guys. I mean, first of all, it crashed through the VWAP, into it, up to it, and now it's sort of hanging around. Will the VWAP actually act as support? We don't know. I mean, you can't know. There's no 100% in this, trading. But the VWAP is at 119, a little bit above it. So, if you thought it might, then maybe you take the trade at 126, get up to this level, clear the VWAP in a slightly bigger way, and put your stop just underneath. I'm not recommending you do that. That's an idea for those of you who trade, like to trade around the VWAP. Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about the brain of the new high. Yeah, I mean, look, now I don't think this is, let me check the date here, April 28th, 2026. Yeah, okay. I guess this might have been an IPO. I mean, it looks like an IPO, walks like an IPO. I mean, maybe it did really get up to 100. I mean, that float, I don't know if it did a reverse split after that, or I don't know if that is reverse split adjusted. Okay, so that's the concept of the racing. Kelly does still work at TI, yes. She's in accounting. Okay, so why are these stocks showing up? And you can see they're very different. There's a big difference in the stocks. Typically, we do not see the same stocks in both these races. Okay, typically. And you can also see, well, this race just ended. You rarely in this race here, the large cap gainers, rarely will you see a stock, up 11% since the race started. Rarely. Actually, anything over 1% is, not common in this race. So let's take a look at this race right here. And why are these stocks moving like this? If I right click, and one of the options is to open the top list. So please listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of this top list, notice there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. Okay. Well, why are these stocks showing up here? Oh, these are the ones I want to see based on my filters. If I right click and click on the configure and then the summary. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50 up to trading at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Yesterday in this case would be Friday. Okay, so I can sort that C percent is the change from the close. Okay, so I can sort on that. As long as I have a column header, you can sort on it. So I've sorted on it. How you sort, you double left click on the column header. So BRAI is up 77% from Friday's close. CPSH 72, etc., all the way down to here. Okay. And that's a way in which you can still use a top list window. You want to see the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. Okay. As long as you have the column header to add to the to your top list, you can sort on it. I want to see the stocks that have moved the most from its opening trade of the day. BRAI is still the leader here, 54%. Now, again, if you say, well, wait a minute, I know there's some stocks that are up more than 87% for the day. Well, and that means that, but they're not meeting my filter requirements, my price range, my minimum volume, things like that. I'm sure there's some penny stocks under $1 that are, up a lot more than 85%, but I'm not looking at those stocks in this top list window. So here's the beauty of the race, though. The race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock since the race started is moving the most in this list of stocks, percentage-wise. Now, where's EVTV? EVTV, I can't even see it. But that's the beauty of the race. The race does not care. Now, granted, these stocks that are up at the top right now, you're probably going to see them all day long near the top of the leaderboard, probably winning race after race. Why? Because these are stocks that are being followed all day long. A stock, BRAI, that's up 84%. You know that there are a lot of people following this stock. It's trading 231 times normal up to this time of day. But again, the race doesn't care. All the race cares is that where is it in this list of stocks? Here's EVTV. I mean, it's up 17%, but it's not up 81%. So, but you never know. Like a UMAC, which I think I put a price alert on, UMAC's up 8%. But what if all of a sudden UMAC really started to move? What if it, was up 10%, 12%, 13%, moving up this list? How would you know? Well, you don't have to guess. All you have to do is have a race. And it's going to tell you what stocks are moving since the start of the race. Okay? So you can create your own race, based on your set of parameters. You might not like this price range. Now you can also take my race and without having to start completely from scratch, develop and, with a top list window, you could take my race and adjust it to your price range and minimum volume. And you can also add other filters that you want, maybe to sort of customize it to how you want to see things. Okay. And then there's this race. Let's right click on this one. Open the top list. Now notice there's not that many stocks here. Now sometimes this, and sometimes you might even get none, believe it or not, none when I do the clicking. Sometimes you'll have a few more than even this. But here's a couple things. This is not a static list. In other words, this is not the list for the day. Neither was that list here, because stocks will come in and out of this list as they meet or stop meeting the filter requirements. So in this particular one, if I right click and click on configure and the summary, so there's a huge difference. I've got a bit of a price range difference, but this is the big difference. Position in the day's range. Notice I've got 95 here. What that means is if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock has to be basically at the high of the day. At 95, that means it's pretty close to the high of the day. Okay, so my daily candle, it's near the top of the daily candle. Also, I have a float filter. It has to be a minimum of 50 million, and a market cap has to be a minimum of $500 million. These three filters do not exist here. So that's why, there's not as many stocks meeting the filter requirements. Doesn't mean that's bad, but stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. Because, some stocks will come in as they're starting to meet the filter requirements, and then they'll drop out as they don't meet them anymore. See, this list just got a little shorter. Now, if you're starting out trading, even though this is a lot more exciting and can be a lot more fun if you're on the right side of the trade, I would probably concentrate more on this race. The reason being is just not as volatile. Doesn't mean it's not going to have some whip up and down, but nowhere near the whip that you can get in this race here. I mean, the house, let's see what's happening with the house now. So you can see how beautiful the house went up, but even this one, 45, and it's dropped down to 43. But in more of an orderly fashion, sometimes what happens in this race, you'll see a giant red bar, because all of a sudden, the buying stops, and because it's a very low float, the buying stops, and boom, you get that big rug pull. So I would probably concentrate more on this race. A top 10 list is built, same thing. Let's take a look at Fly. Let's see what it's doing. It'll fly. Here's Fly coming into the VWAP. So again, if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, you're watching it. Let's see if let's see if that acts as support. All right, guys. So I am now. Yeah, there is well, not real. Well, there's a little disconnect in the market. I mean, the SPY's up. Well, the Qs are up huge. I mean, the Qs are up 12 points. Okay, and the SPY's up. 6 points. The Dow is basically flat. So there is a little disconnect between the values, the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Okay, guys. Now Onco, ONCO. So the next high looking left for Onco is up here, 186. So there is a little bit of room for Onco. Probably a low float, very low float. And I see that Bray has been halted a few times and halted 4 times. Another one that's coming into the VWAP right now. The VWAP's around. Actually, I'm sorry. The VWAP is quite a bit. Well, hmm. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. So it did not really come that close to the VWAP. All right, guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So it was an IPO. Thank you, John. It was an IPO on the 12th of February, so a few months ago. Oh, I see. I should have gone back. Well, right here. Okay, you're right. So this month, yeah, the February of this year. Well, Adam is on the move, guys. ATOM is still. Wow, look at the Ray. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. This take a look at Birkenstock here, guys. I mean, this had earnings, I believe, on this May 13th. So back here, I guess. Yeah, right there. Actually, the reaction was not good. Not good at all. I mean, had earnings, but look at this. What a rally. Interesting. And it's through the 200-day moving average now. Okay, so let me see if we've got that. We do have, I'm gonna make sure, I think we do have something like that, Umar, Shafiq. Let me just click on configure, symbol list. Haven't looked at this for years, but let me see if I can try to find it. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's called ETF. No, what is it called? I hate to, Pepe, what is it called? All those daily candles that we've got. Candles. I don't know if it's called daily candle. I can't even remember anymore. Daily candles. Oh, right here, daily. Good. Okay. All right, daily. So, closing on a hammer. Well, this is what we've got. Do you recognize anything that it might be? Okay. Hammer as an example. Because what that'll do for you is at the end of the day, it'll show you you do this at the end of the day. These are all daily candles, okay? So a daily, I'm going to assume a daily hammer. If I do it right now, problem is I have to create a top list window and then take a look at it. But you might, so did you see what I did? Let me start from scratch, okay? And you can try it. And you can I would probably use a top list window to track it. So if you right click in a top list window, then go to configure, and then go to symbol lists, and then you see where it says add existing list. Find daily. It's in alphabetical order, so it won't be that hard. See daily, and then hit the plus sign, and then click on hammer, like I've done over here. And once you click on hammer, then because it has to be over in this column, and then create your top list window, and only the following list you would check, and check hammer. And that should give you stocks yesterday. That will be Friday's list, okay, that had a hammer. Okay, is that clear? I can do it again. Okay, and it's always going to look so. So yeah, you'll see the ones that closed. Well, what we call a hammer the day before, which I think is what you're looking for. Tigo, Tigo. So you are looking for a bounce. Okay. Obviously, 78, 75. So you are, wow. So you're up a dollar. Good for you. And now you're looking at the 5.8. I don't have the 5.8 on my chart. How close is it to the VWAP, which would be 82 or so? Okay. So it's a couple of dollars from the VWAP. Okay. Meanwhile, BRAI is just severe rippage now, guys. Not in this one. It's funny. I had to laugh. I see all the emails that come in, and some guy complaining and wanting to unsubscribe because he said, "You're only good for swing trading." I have to bite my tongue sometimes and not answer, but very upset. Like not sort of. Well, sorry guys, I made a mistake. It looks like you guys are just, but in a very like harsh tone. Okay, Ecor now, guys. ECOR. Wow, it's got some room, maybe. Excuse me. Well, you know what? When we were looking at this last, I think on the race, we were wondering would it hold a VWAP, and look what it did. It held a VWAP. All right, guys. I may take some of this. Okay, this is the FUTG. This is the two-time ETF for FUTU. Looks like it's trying to hold around that 103 level. I'm not suggesting anybody do the same thing. Obviously, it gives up 4. I'm out of it, but I've got FUTU thumbnail on my other chart, so I know what FUTU is doing. Okay, this is just taking the FUTG, just a cheaper way to play it. If we think that this is going to hold, it's certainly over the VWAP. Maybe take a run at this 105. If not, I'm out. See if I can induce it up just a little bit. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:45. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. I'm not sure who's taking over for me today in our YouTube room. Info at trade. Is it an accounting type question, Burks? Okay. Info at trade-ideas.com. Is it an accounting type question, something I can help you with? Well, guys, remember when I was demonstrating the use or this race? Bray was at around $10, wasn't it? Or maybe $12. Question is this shortable for me at Interactive Brokers? And the answer is no. No. There are no shorts available, not readily anyway. Oh, I see. When you say yes, it's an accounting question. Okay. I'm just waiting on this FUTG, guys. I know, just waiting on it to see if it has. It's basically where I bought it. So I'm just watching. Of course, I'm watching FUTU, the stock, as it's pulling back just a little bit. As long as it holds 103, it might form a bit of a base. Yes. Yes, you will get the discount if you upgrade from basic to pro. Yes. And maybe you can ask him well, I don't know if my code is going to work. Well, it'll work for you, but whether the room gets credit is another thing. It all depends on how you took out the subscription in the first place. But I want to. Okay, so are you talking about a monthly upgrading on a monthly basis or the annual basis? You get 22% if you upgrade to the monthly, of course, 28%, but you got to make sure you really want it. Okay. 28%, you got to come up with the money up front, taking out a premium annual. But so are you talking about upgrading to a monthly from standard, in which case you get 22% off that first month? So I'll just type in the code so you can, but you will have to ask them. Okay. Not, they'll do it. And if they don't, just let me know because they should do it for sure. Just tell me you want to use this code though, okay? So again, the Barry 28 is only if you're going to do a premium annual. Barry 22, a premium monthly. Okay, well, yeah, then you'll definitely get the 28. Okay, if they shouldn't not give you a hard time. Okay, impossible. They'll give you a hard time. Not a hard time, but if there's any doubt, just let me know and I'll contact them. Okay, but there's no way they're not going to do it. So you're talking about, you're going from an annual standard, you wanna go to an annual premium. Yeah, they'll figure out a way to do it for sure. Okay? I don't know how much time you've got left on your, standard annual, but they'll figure out a way to do it, okay? Alright, well, that is helping my FUTG now, guys, a little bit. I can't do it. I just don't have access to your accounts, you see, so, and I'm glad I don't because I could be busy all day trying to figure out things on people's accounts, so I'm glad I don't have. And just make sure, give them your email address that you use as in the email you're sending, saying, "Hey, look, I wanna upgrade from, standard annual to, premium annual. I wanna use Barry 28. Here's my email address. Please check my account, and how do I do it?" Or, "Okay, can you do that for me?" Okay? Something like that. Alright, guys, so I just have to find out who's gonna take over for me. Okay, I think Chris is gonna take over for me then in about, a little over an hour in our YouTube room. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, and of course, I'm moderating a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. Both rooms see my screen and, hear me. YouTube is on about a 7 or 8-second delay, though, not like YouTube imposes it. And, on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And then on Wednesday, and I don't know, we'll have to check tomorrow. Excuse me, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, starts his own YouTube stream between 12 and 1. And that's an opportunity to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay. And when I say talk, I mean post. Okay. I don't mean you get on the mic. You're talking about Dan Merkin. That'll on Wednesdays, typically on Wednesdays. Okay. I just always have to verify or find out every single Wednesday, but typically between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And that's on Wednesdays. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Take a look at some of these. Okay, let's take a look at MWC. I want to see why would I want to look at it? Well, it's just over the whole number, but it's pretty extended. So I'm not going to take the trade right now. But the high right there is 706. So obviously I can get through that somehow. Then the next high is up here at 1395. So I will put a price alert at around 7. Well, I was going to say 710, but it just broke through. I just can't take it. I can't take it right now because it's too extended for me. We can see a bit of a pullback. or maybe, even if it just rested for a bit around the 7 mark. You see how it got up to 721 and came right back down to 684. Excuse me. However, we are experiencing a little bit of a pullback here now, guys. For the MWC, this is a what do they do? Software defined vehicles. So did Japan. Ozzy, are you still in the room? I'm wondering if you've been looking at the super low hunter at all. A lot of alerts from it. I did. uh, I think he's kidding, PJ, because I'm sure he heard me talking about, wow, look at this move, and I said, boy, it takes out 100. Yeah, I don't think it's I read Pepe's comment. It really requires some experience in trading when you're looking at these from the super low hunter and also the live stream low hunter. I mean, I'm looking at the alerts I'm getting from them, but there's number one, there's probably too many, but I am looking at them, but I don't have a lot of confidence in taking them yet. I was told there's going to be a video, okay? Because I mean, this has to be explained. I mean, this has to be explained. This whole thing about the time to 5-day median. I mean, I know what it means, sort of, but it has to be really fully explained. So, but maybe tomorrow, if Dan is going to do his thing. In fact, I think he's going to have to. I mean, he's going to have to explain it. I mean, he showed you a glimpse of it last week, so he's going to have to explain it. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the RGTI. I don't know if this is finally going to bounce significantly, but I mean, it's down 8%. I mean, it looks like, I mean, this is just the first day of a big pullback, pretty big pullback after a huge 3-day run. If you don't know the story, U.S. government putting $2 billion into quant stocks, and this was one of them. Again, when I say put into, I don't know if they actually took an investment in this or they were sort of loaning the money. I'm not. But this was just a tremendous run from the low of Thursday, sorry. Oh, no, Wednesday of 1573, and then getting up to 27, almost, not quite, almost a double based on that news. All right. So the Bray now, BRAI, is now back. Well, you see what it did? It held the VWAP, kind of held the VWAP area back over that whole number. If you're going to take this, obviously, where are you going to put your stop? And if, your stop can't be too tight, otherwise you'll probably just get knocked out. Here's the low of that 5-minute candle, 1555. I'm not saying that's where you put it, and if you did put it there, you're talking about, let's make the math super simple. If you took it at 1755 and you had a $2 stop, you got to hope that it can move $4 on you. Now, it doesn't look, I mean, there's the high right there of 1860. So, and why $4? If you're going to put a $2 stop, you want to make at least have an opportunity to make at least $4 on the trade. Quantum, what a quantum stock, RGTI. Full stack provides full stack quantum computing services. Okay, that's a quant stock. There are a lot of them, but this was one of the ones signaled out by the White House as part of this $2 billion investment. You can just look at the business summary. Okay, provides full stack quantum computing. I believe IBM, even though it may not say quant in their business model, but quant, I think, received 1 billion of it, I think. You can see the move it had, but it's doing the same thing as our GTI is doing today. The only thing is it actually sold off a little bit on Friday. Did not close. RGTI was closed more near the high of the day on Friday. This one started to sell off. So when you say that, Grumpy, so it is not $100 million. So they're issuing what, shares? Well, okay, VJ, I have no idea. The question is GTI going down further today? Of course, I have no idea if it's going to go down further today. I mean, obviously there's a sell-off, a lot of, so it's like, yeah, one of those, Grumpy, yeah. Lowest closing price on 3 specified dates. So, well, it behooves, it to, to hammer it down a bit. But anyway, the question is, do I know? I don't know if it's going to keep going down. The only thing I can say is that there's the 200-day moving average, 23.21, about $1 away. You got to hope, if you're in this one still and you haven't sold anything because you were in earlier, got to hope that holds it. And that's that blue line on my daily chart, but it's underneath the VWAP. So there's no other support for this one other than maybe the whole number of 24. And then hopefully, if you're in this one, the 200-day moving average. Yes, as long as you can, yeah, as long as, especially if it's in, you want to be able, yeah, you can copy as long as it's copyable. So what you want to do is, if you had a column of symbols, just copy the symbols, Control C, and then you can paste it into a symbol list. Yes. You don't want the whole file. I mean, you just want the symbols, right? So long as it's in a way in which you can just copy the column of symbols. Okay. Yeah. Like an Excel, a classic uses an Excel file where you can copy the column. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Where's Codex is just so this is a an Ebola play. Okay. Wow. I mean, it just as I'm talking about it, it went from 8 to 860. I wish I had that power. Okay, VJ, in our YouTube room. Yeah, right, Bishop. Yeah. Okay. Did you understand what I was saying? I cannot predict exactly what's going to happen to anything, but I mean, it's saying quantum computing stocks giving back some gains after the federal government induced rally. So here are the other ones: IonQ, QBTS, RGTI, in INFQ, INFQ, IBM. So they're all coming back, pulling back, after huge runs. Hmm. You're welcome. VJ in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:09, so about 55:0. I'll be out of here for about an hour. Interesting in the large cap, there hasn't been too many that have won races. Normally we get, a stock winning a lot of races, maybe at least not as many as in this one. This one because of the volatility. You can get, some days you're going to find a stock that has won, 20 or 30 races, believe it or not. What's for breakfast? Deliciousness is what for breakfast. I discovered this a little while ago, and I absolutely love it. And I mean love it. Nope. Here's what you do. You take some rolled oats, you put in a few, maybe some, sprinkle some raisins in, maybe a smidge of brown sugar, then put some almond milk, the same amount. So if you put 4 grams of, or half a cup of rolled oats, but half a cup of milk, rolled oats, I'm sorry, rolled oats, unsweetened almond milk, and then put it in the fridge overnight. It is delicious. Do that. I've been doing that now for a while. Absolutely delicious. It's really good. It's really good. And it takes about 2 minutes to do, and that's it. See, in this room, you can become a culinary expert. So there's the RGTI as an example right now. It's maybe not going to hold 24. It's starting to sink a little bit more. There's the 200. I mean, that's a pretty important level for it to try to hold, VJ. So, and I mean, if you're in this one right now, I would hope that you've taken some profit, but I mean, that's a very important level, I think, for it to try to hold at 23, the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my chart. All right. Well, the only thing I'm in right now, guys, is the wow, good. The FUTU starting to move again. Is the FUTG. So there's the high of the day right there. Let's see if it takes it out. Well, you got to hope that it holds that 200-day moving average. Okay, VJ. You don't want to see it break down below that, in my opinion. Yeah, as somebody pointed out in the main room, it's over a 3-year period. This 100 million, and also, how did? Let me try to figure that out. Also, when you said, are there three specified dates that are actually known dates or no? You know, you guys have been trading for a few years. You guys may remember the term death spiral, especially with these little OTC stocks. But I'm not saying that's the same with the RGTI, but I mean, this is something I rarely do. I rarely take these ETFs designed specifically for these stocks, but I probably should do them more often. So I think what I'm going to do is take some off of this. Okay, I just because I mean it's so tied into the into FUTU. I mean, for all the reason it was down, though. Now you sort of wonder. The Chinese government puts out something like that to knock down FUTU and Tiger and a lot of the other financial stocks in China, and then it's almost like I haven't seen anything that is refuting it. But I mean, this is a pretty big bounce off the lows of Friday. And I have a feeling in the pre-market, it was even lower than 79. Let's take a look if I can find that. Yeah, I mean this is maybe the pre-market low on Friday, $72. Okay, $72. This stock is at 105 now. So it's almost as if, yeah, I mean, if truly, I mean, this is the news that came out on the Friday. China's grip on overseas capital is tightening, but these have had tremendous bounces. Well, from Friday, okay, 162 asking where did the FUTU idea come from? Well, it was from Friday. So I had this one thumbnailed. When I say thumbnailed, so I have a little trade ideas chart. Well, I have several on my other monitor, one of my other monitors. So I wanted to follow this one today. After the big move, because it had the big move. Remember what I said? it was $73 in the pre-market and it closed at 89. So I wanted to see if it was going to have any sort of follow through today, which of course it did. I wish I'd taken it, in the pre-market before it broke through 100, but anyway, that's why. There's just certain things, certain stocks that you probably should follow the next day. That you should thumbnail or at least have a way to follow them the next day to see if there's any continuation. Either way, maybe it's a continuation on the way down or a continuation on the way up. Because it's not showing up here. It's not going to show up here because the stock is still, well, actually it could have showed up. Well, no, it's not going to show up here because it was outside the price range that I normally track. But that's why that's why I was looking at the FUTG, which is another way to trade it, a lot cheaper. And you'll get double the move. Well, I'm certainly not a financial analyst, Larby, as you know, so I can't say, maybe if it pulls back a little bit, but I don't know how much further FUTU is going to go. Is it finally going to run out of steam here? I mean, it's right at the high of the day. It still in theory has this massive gap, but the news that came out is still in theory around. Yeah, no, it was not on the screen because, but if you were here I talked about this in the pre-market, and I talked about the FUTG in the pre-market. I mean, that is a wonderful use of it because the whole idea of these ETFs designed specifically for companies, typically the main reason, yeah, you'll get double the move, but typically the main reason is that they're a lot cheaper. Okay, they're a lot cheaper than buying the stock. FUTU is at $105 right now. This is at $4, a little over $4, so it's a lot cheaper. And plenty of liquidity. I mean, it's not like you can't get out. I mean, there's 11.5 million shares have traded, so plenty of liquidity. The spread is a penny, so you can't get any better than that. So a lot of things were lining up. So RGTI now, it is reclaimed 24 a bit. Still in a downtrend though. You know what? For me to get okay, here's the VWAP up here. So that's, it's far enough away if you took it right now, if you thought it was going to really bounce. I mean, it's far enough away, 24.88, but I'd be looking to see if that trend. Yeah, you see, it's starting to, if you look at a 2-minute chart, it's starting to balance out a little bit, but it's still orange. So, the trend is still weak. It has not gone to, if you're not using the trade wave, well, I'm not saying you should, but, for me, it's a nice visual aid about when a trend is really starting to change. And it has not changed yet. It has not gone blue. Yeah, I get on the mic at, between 9 and 9:15 now, 162, okay? But this room, the one you're in right now, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, okay? I don't do it. Obi does it. Yeah, there will be a video recording of Dan's. Yeah, assuming, look, I don't know for sure. I'm 95% sure that he's going to do one, but there's always a possibility he's not going to. Now, we don't have the link yet, okay? He doesn't. I wish he would just take over my link my YouTube stream, but I guess he just likes to create his own. There is another reason, but it's kind of a bit of a inside joke with the guys. That they may know. So I'm going to well, I haven't done this yet. What time is it? 11:23. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Now that the market is going to be a little interesting. I mean, there's a minor disconnect in the market. The SPY is up, Qs are up big, and the Dow's down a little. Okay, so I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then I'm going to click on Docked Channel Bar, not Channel Bar, Docked Channel Bar. And I keep repeating that because if you click on the channel bar and you click on one of the channels in the channel bar, your layout's gone. Okay. I mean, you can bring it back, assuming you've saved it, but it's gone. But if you click on anything from the dock to channel bar, your layout will remain, is what I'm talking about. So I click on the show more, and then I'm going to click on sector status. So here's the sector status channel. And notice underneath here, my layout is still here. Okay. But if you've done that from the channel bar, your layout will be gone. So now it's interesting because when we looked at this in the pre-market, virtually everything was up other than XLE and OIH, the oil sector. But now, so what does this mean? It's 68% in green. So in this top list window, these are the sectors that we are tracking. Go right at the very top, the SMH, which is, let's see if there's any volume. Wow. Finally, there's some volume. Maybe now this will be a little more exciting, guys, because I'm sorry, SMH. Let's see it in the nukes. So SMH is the semis, okay? And you can see the Qs are up 11, and so the semis are the best sector today, up 3.9%. Next are the nukes and the uranium stocks. It's still not that much volume. 200,000. I got excited. I thought I clicked on NLR and saw that 4 million. This doesn't trade that much, but it's up. Now, if I scroll down, XLE is still the worst sector. XLP staples, healthcare a little bit down, communication stocks. I mean, they're not down. They're not tanking or anything, but there are some red ones. Okay. Now, here we have 11 of these ones here. And so now take a look at energy. Interesting because 84% of the stocks that make up XLE are down for the day, but there are some that are up. Sort of interesting to take a look at the ones that are up. They're running counter to the sector. Here's BKR, up 1.6%. A little more interesting, this was up a lot more, but nonetheless, it's up, running counter to the sector. Scroll down, what's the worst one? OAK, OKE, the worst one. Take a look at utilities. Most of them are down for the day, but there are some that are up. CEG is up. That's a pretty big move, 3.5% with 339 million. So, you want to check, is it an earnings play? No. Is there some news? Maybe there's something about it. But what's the worst one? PPL down 1.5%. Not horrible, but I'd like to see something is really down a lot. Here's healthcare. EW is up a little bit. What's the worst one? Oh, here we go. So MOH, it's down 4.2%. Pretty big move down. So here's how you can take a look at these. You can just take a look. What's the best one? What's the worst one? So for some of you, this may be the reason you use trade ideas. I'm not saying, this should be the reason, but it's an idea. It's an idea, okay? That's why we're called trade ideas. This could be an idea for some of you that say, "You know what? This is all I wanna do every single day. I'm gonna go to this channel. I'm gonna check out, number 1, the top sector, and then maybe go into the top set." Well, that's one we don't have. You could create your own, though, with the stocks that make up SMH. You know what I should do? I should ask them to do it. I mean, I have it, but the problem is it's a symbol list that you have to put in, so I can't give it to you. I actually created it myself, but it's such an important one, you know, I know they don't wanna clutter this too much, but at any rate, you could look at this and go, "Okay, the ones I wanna follow today are, consumer discretionary and, consumer staples," for whatever reason, and just look at here's Molson, TAP, Molson Coors, take a look at it and go, "Okay, I wanna follow this one all day long," and figure out a way to trade it. So again, this is called the sector status from the, dock channel bar. Now the other thing you can do, you don't have to stay in the channel if you don't want to, okay? Now, if you because you might look at this and go, "You know what? I don't like this price range." Here's the financials, SCT. I don't wanna trade a $156 stock. So, you could go into this top list window and click on the configure. Notice there are literally no filters. But you could say, "Okay, I only wanna see stocks between 1 and 100 at a minimum volume of, 200K." So you add those 2. Okay, and you're gonna have a change now. You're not gonna see that one that was, $150. You will see a change, and that might be what you wanna do. But here's the problem. If you leave this channel and then come back, your change will not be saved. The reason why it's not saved is because the channel is for everyone. All these channels that you see, these are all theme-based channels, okay? They're for everyone, so the fact you wanna make a change to it does not necessarily mean everybody wants the same change. But here's what you can do. You can take anything you can take sort of anything you see in any of our theme-based channels, but let's do financial right here. So I could go right click and duplicate into free floating window. And if it doesn't say duplicate into free floating window, it should. It may just say duplicate. But in this case, it does say duplicate into free floating window. Popped up on one of my other monitors. Here it is, free floating. Now you can take it, and I think, well, it already has got your changes in here. And then you could save it to your cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Then you could do this for each one of these. And then on any given day, maybe you want to take a look at a couple of them and you could bring them back. Okay. And just follow, a couple or maybe 3. It's up to you with your changes saved. Hopefully that makes sense because on any given day, you might really want to be following a couple of the sectors. But that might change every day. One day it might be energy and the, semis. One day it might be, communications and healthcare. It's up, but the nice thing is that then you can just kind of, zero in on the ones you want, maybe the top one and the weakest one, and find a way to trade them. And remember, you can do the same thing in any one of the scans, in any one of the channels, or top lists or races. You can just take it out of so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. You don't want to. All right, guys, I've got maybe a little less than 30 minutes left, and then I'll be taking my break. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there from between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And remember, guys, I like questions, okay? Don't think you're interrupting me. So for the RGTI, remember what we were looking at. If it there's the VWAP. So will that act as resistance? It has made the move. My guess, if I go to a lower time frame, maybe a 2-minute time frame, that orange will have some blue now. Yes. So if it depends on the time frame you're using. Whatever you're comfortable using. If you're used to using a 2-minute time frame, then you could have seen this little turn. So if you're saying, well, why don't I just use a 2-minute time frame so I can see these turns a little earlier? You're right, but sometimes with the lower time frames, they're not as confident that it's going to keep turning. But I'd be putting a price alert near that VWAP and see what happens. See if it takes it out. I mean, if it takes it out, I mean, it may have a bigger recovery all day, or maybe this is going to give us an opportunity to short. Certainly a ton of shorts available for me. Anyway, Interactive Brokers, 2 million. So I missed this one completely from our AI guys. SPIR. Okay, guys, just now looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Watching the FUTU, see if it can hold 104. If it doesn't hold 104, I'm probably going to. I've already taken some off of the FUTG, but it doesn't hold 104. I'm going to bail. Guys, keep an eye on RXRX. I mean, holding the VWAP. Okay, came into the VWAP, holding the VWAP right now. RXRX. The next high looking, that's too close. Too bad. For me, it's too close. Okay, the next high is Friday's high, which is around 317. That's too close for me. If the next high had been like here around the 350 mark, I would have been probably definitely inclined to take this trade. Hmm. Well, the RGTI didn't get that close, but it is now, when I say that close, I'm talking about to the VWAP, or did it? Not really. I mean, 24, we got within 40 cents, but that's not that close. I was hoping it would get really close and then stumble. Now, for those of you long, I don't, this could be if I'm short this, I have to put a price alert here though. See if it takes out 24. Because it would still have room down to that 200-day moving average. Just intraday, Bill Engberg, just the intraday VWAP, not using anything else. So that's that purple line in my chart. And there can be a little bit of a difference between the line on my chart and the number here. That's because I'm using pre-market data. In this case, it's virtually the same. I'm talking about the RXRX. It looks like I'm eyeballing it, of course, around 304, and the VWAP's at 304. Sometimes there's a bit more of a difference. It doesn't bother me. So what's this one right here? 1207, 1205. I mean, well, this is pretty ugly. It's not a lifetime low, but the NGEN. Okay, guys, I am now just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Don't see anything that interesting. Now let's take a look at WWW. Okay, why? Just over the whole number. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening. It's at the high of the day, and the next high right there is 1702. So that's not bad. 1706. So yeah, so 1760 on the daily chart. So there is room for this one. Okay, there is some room. That's that weekly high, the same thing. So WWW, is there any news on this one? What do they do? So it's it's sort of a just casual sportswear, or so it's not one of the major sectors. Okay, I mean it's not a quant, it's not a nuke, it's not crypto, it's not. But you know what? It's what it is. It's a design, manufacture, and sale of branded, casual, active lifestyle, etc. So to me, it looks interesting. It's just over the whole number. I don't consider this chasing. It's over the VWAP, and it's got a little bit of room. Okay, that room right over here. The next high is around 1760. So up to you. It's not a low float, not a high float. 80 million. It's an idea. No, I'm gonna be taking a break pretty soon, so I'm gonna I don't wanna hold this through my break. True. You're right, they are noted for their boots. For the Canadians in the group like me, Mark's Work Wearhouse, I know they'll have them. You know, Ozzy, are you still in the room? All right, guys, 15 minutes or so. So if you have any questions before I take off for about an hour, now's a good time. I'll go over my homepage. Just the promo one last time before I do take off, because I have a feeling, I mean, these things sometimes are extended for a day, okay? But to be on the safe side, if you do want to take out a subscription, to be on the safe side, because the email I know that went out said midnight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, this is what I'm talking about. So to get 28% off a premium annual or 22% off all the other plans. In other words, the two monthlies, premium monthly, standard monthly, or the standard annual. You can get 22% off that. You can get 28% off if you really truly know you want to take out a premium annual subscription. Okay. And the email says it's expiring tonight. Sometimes it'll last for a day. Azo 3011 sounds like a name of a science fiction movie, William. So let's see what you're trying to do here. You're looking for a bounce, I'm assuming. Yeah. Well, guys, if you're following this one, you can see it's going to probably win another race. Interesting that it. Oh, there it is. Wow, it won 11 races. That's right. Now, see this one, BRAI won 11 races. Yeah, I'll bet they are hard and high price stocks. So this one now is just exploding out. Is it going to get halted again? So I'm not usually in two trades at a time, guys, but I am in this. I still have some of the FUTG and the WWW. Now I may be able to keep them because I'm not wandering too far from my desk, so I can. I'll see the thumbnail charts. I don't think, and I really don't think they're not super volatile. Surprised it does not. With some of these stocks, like one that always surprises me, the GEMI, that has its own ETF. I mean, AutoZone has been around for a long time. It's a known entity. I am super surprised that it does not have. Well, two things surprise me about this stock. Why do they not do a forward split? I mean, really 16 million in the float for a $3,000 stock? That seems ridiculous. Well, so on average, okay, like today must be obviously is a big day for it, 263,000, but I mean, they could cure that a little bit if they did a forward split. I mean, this is a known stock, AutoZone. Okay, guys, 11:51. Now, just in case, all right, well, little move, little move for WWW. Just in case Chris shows up. Sometimes he shows up maybe 5 to the hour. I doubt if he's going to do that today, but in case he does, want to be prepared. So here is the link to get into YouTube. All right, so you shorted SMH. Wow, through the VWAP too. Don't know where you took it, but that's through the VWAP. That's a nice move for you. So I'll just put my announcement up. I won't go until, of course, Chris shows up, but I'm just going to put my announcement up on a break. Oh boy. Okay, here's our rigatoni, guys. RGTI underneath now that whole number of 24. You got to hope that the 200-day moving average holds it. That will be the big test. 200-day moving average right there at 2311. That'll be a big test if it gets close. Bienvenue. Now, I don't know how closely this WWW is following the market. Not really following it, okay? I mean, I've always got an eye on the SPY, okay? Just to see what the overall, well, I called it, for me anyway, the SPY. What is it doing? And so far, this is not following the market, but it's basically right where I bought it. Yeah, that's a beauty. I mean, and look at the change here, guys. So there was blue, and then it just started to curl a bit, and then you get that again tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is your opportunity to ask Dan again about are we getting any closer to be able to create our own scans with a real time alert for a sell flag or a buy flag. Okay, an opportunity again to ask him the question. He said that they are now working on it. You might even ask Chris the question. Sometimes he'll know because he attends the Tuesdays and Thursdays. Well, today will be one. Tuesdays and Thursdays are the marketing meetings. So, and also Chris is involved in the development meetings too. So he might even know how up to date that information is. Okay, guys. This high flyer from the last few weeks, MRAM, is now a pretty big level for it to try to hold 27.64. I mean, it's about $1 from, well, it's actually a couple of dollars from that. So, but that would be a huge level for it to try to hold. And if it doesn't, because look underneath. So I have to put a price alert there. Price alert around $28. I mean, that's almost $2 away from the current price. I get it. But if it takes that out, underneath is a lot of room. Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, I mean this MNTS. I mean, once it broke down through the VWAP, that was a nice short. I mean, if you'd taken it way up here, but obviously, but even a VWAP break got down from 13 down to 12. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room now, guys. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I'm going to introduce Christophe. I'm going to give you a little bit European flair for your name. How's that?
I love it.
Christophe Varley is in our YouTube room right now, ready to regale you with all sorts of wonderful ideas for 1 hour. How's that?
That sounds phenomenal.
Okay.
The kind of introduction that one can appreciate.
Yes. Well, I try every week. Some weeks I don't feel creative, but I felt a little creative after having 3-4 days off or whatever. So.
Sounds good.
Okay, Chris.
What are we trading today, Barry?
We are well. I'm in WWW right now.
Oh.
And just a little one. I mean, I'm taking it just on that 17 break.
Yep.
Has some room to about 1750. And I'm also in something I don't normally do. I took FUTG, which is an ETF for FUTU.
Oh, okay. A 2Xer. Interesting.
And take a look at FUTU. I don't know if you saw it on Friday.
I did not. I'm looking now.
Take a look at a daily chart on that one.
Yep, got quite the gap to fill there, possibly.
So what happened is China, the government said that, you know what, we're going to start monitoring these financial institutions that trade in the U.S. more closely, and that actually got down to about $73 in the pre-market on Friday.
Wow.
So had a tremendous recovery from the pre-market on Friday, and then a really nice one today.
Not too shabby. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
So there you go.
Keep my eye on that. All right, go take a break.
Okay.
I want to hold you up. Sorry.
It's okay. That's okay, Chris. So we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit. So, all right, everybody, Barry making his way to a break. Those are two interesting charts there. The triple W and FUTU. So, all right, keep my eye on this FUTU, actually. I'll throw that on my liked list here. So happy Tuesday to you all. Shortened trading week here with the holiday weekend, Memorial Day. Hopefully you're all able to maybe relax a little bit, clear your head, clear the air, spend some time with some family, reflect, things of those natures for a holiday like that. And we're back at the grind here today, the beginning of this trading week. As per usual, I don't have any pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions, what you're looking for with software, what you're trying to do. As I always mention, if you're all giving me the silent treatment, you're not asking questions, you're not directing which way we head in this live stream. I'll do my best to keep this engaging and informative relative to the software and the U.S. stock market in general. I just think it's best when you folks are asking the questions that you need on software function. How do I do ABC? I was looking to build XYZ. I was seeing this in this scan. How could I see this instead? Or how do I exclude this instead? So on and so forth, those kinds of questions. Back testing, compare count windows. We run the gambit here on any and all questions with software. So don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in for me. Don't feel you can't ask a question because maybe it's been asked in the past or someone else is asking questions, so you don't want to interrupt. Just put the questions into the window there, into the chat on YouTube, and I will get to everybody. And if I don't have an answer for you, I'll simply let you know that, honestly, and simply let you know I don't have the answer on that. Let me do a little research. I'll give you an email and get back to you on it. For the most part, I think I'm capable of answering questions, but on occasion, I have been stumped. It happens. So Jessica, first thing is make sure you're logged into the Windows desktop, and you should have a toolbar that looks like this here. On that toolbar, go to New. Sorry, fighting with my mouse, my cursor. Give me one moment. There we go. Go to New and look for Premium AI Strategy Trades window. And when you load that, you should get a window that looks something similar to what I've drawn the pink X on here. Mine is set up to defaults that I set it up with columns and ordering the columns and so on and so forth. It's something that you'll do as you get more familiar with the window, but that's how you get to the basic opening of it. So let me know when you find that. And then if you have other specific questions right away, I'll answer those. If not, I can go into a little tutorial, just some thoughts about it on, off the top of my head and on my own. So there's no list to build. Holly scans the whole US market, and when a stock meets any of its strategies, you get a real-time alert, and that's it. You don't feed Holly anything or create lists in Holly or change the strategies. Holly's a black box. Simply alerts when a stock meets. I'm going to guess, because most people have this filter when they first log on, there'll be a filter here, probably says any profitable. So just go ahead and make sure you have no filters checked in here or in the strategy as well. You want to look at everything with Holly. That's my 2 cents on it. All right. Now, I don't know what data points it starts with automatically, but if you right-click the Holly window and you go to columns, so you'll see that there. I'll give you a second to find it before I go clicking on columns, but go ahead and right-click and look for columns. You'll get something that looks like this. And on the right side is your master list of columns. The left side is the columns that you're displaying, also known as the selected columns. You go through, all the different data points that are here. I feel a lot of them are self-explanatory. Some aren't, because you'll want context behind them. You don't have to know everything that's in here, but I would suggest go through, see what's in there, see what you understand, maybe what you don't understand, and then see what you've already got displayed and what you think you may or may not want displayed. Regardless that Holly's a black box, there's still, several nuances to it, and setting it in a way that you feel is most beneficial for yourself, especially with the columns. So, some columns that I like to point out that I think are going to be most helpful and beneficial. And I think some of these will be there, but maybe not all of them. Looking at entry price and time. I don't think exit price or exit time matters at this point anymore. There's a function of Holly many years ago that doesn't exist anymore. It didn't long-term work well, so it was removed. I do like to look at this max profit here, personally. I like the open profit, or you could just do profit, not open profit, I should say. Re-entry price, stop, and time. So what can happen is sometimes Holly makes alerts. Sometimes those alerts, let's just say, for example, let's say that Holly alerted, here on FUTU, and then the stop was here, and it comes down and gets stopped out. Well, if the price were to return, Holly has a re-entry price saying, all right, first first mouse got the didn't get the cheese. It got caught in the trap. But second mouse may be able to get that cheese out of the trap after the first mouse getting stopped out like that, essentially. And so I think that's a really good column to have, set of columns to have there. Now, the max profit column, that's going to be something that relates to hypothetical share size, essentially. So if you've got your toolbar open and you go to Tools and Options, I'll let you navigate to that. I'll give you a second to navigate to that before I click on it and move further. You go to Tools and Options. You look for AI trade size. So you got a column of different option sections that are on the left-hand side. And in here, you can take the hypothetical trades, or you could have these as hypothetical trades in the sense of position sizing. So you could say, I want to take X amount of dollars worth of stock. I want to take just X amount of shares worth of stock. Or you could say, I want to risk X amount of dollars based on Holly's stop loss. That's how I have it personally set up. You'll find, if you're around long enough, I think a majority of traders set up their stop losses around risking X amount of money per trade. So I don't think most traders say, I'm taking 100 shares of everything that I trade, or I'm taking 50 shares of everything I trade. You'll find most traders saying, I'm risking, $300, based on where I've set my stop loss, or I'm risking $1,500, I'm risking $50, whatever it happens to be for them based on a stop loss. So that's how I personally have it set up. To each their own on that. There's no necessarily right answer. It's the right answer is what ends up working best for you as a trader. So there's a few right away ins and outs to share with you. I'll take a pause for a moment. I'll let you digest that. And if you have other questions, don't be shy. Come back with those. Anybody else here that has questions as well, don't be shy. Get those questions in, and we'll circle and get to all the questions that there are. As I often will say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. All right. How does Holly alert you something you should buy on a sell? Do you get an alert? Yeah. So in that window, that AI strategy trades window, you're going to see in real time these things come up when an alert happens. If a stop happens, you can set the you can set sound. If we right click and we go to actions. So again, right click, go to actions, and check play sound. You can come to setup sound, and text to speech is most popular. You could choose any of these other ones here. They all sound the same, so I highly recommend the text to speech. That's just my personal 2 cents. And so if Holly were to get stopped, you'll hear it call out the symbol ticker, the symbol or the ticker, whatever you want to call it. The same when it's alerting that a stock has been alerted. So that's how you get the alerts with that there. No, Jessica, there's no silly questions, not at all. We don't have a way to directly link with Schwab or Thinkorswim. So, but we do have what we call external linking, which means if you click on a ticker inside of our software, it'll send it to your broker software, Thinkorswim being one of them. I'm a user of Thinkorswim myself. And then from there, you would share size and execute the trade itself. I'm going to give you a video on symbol linking. It's kind of difficult for me to share to demonstrate on screen like this. I don't currently have Thinkorswim open or any broker open right now because I'm not. Well, that's not true. I'm connected to TradeStation right now via Brokerage Plus, but neither here nor there. Sorry, looking for my video list here. Bear with me. So you take a look at this video I'm about to share in the comments at your leisure. It covers linking to Interactive Brokers, Thinkorswim, and TradingView, actually. And again, there's no silly questions. So I hope nobody ever feels like that. Look, I've been using this software for almost 10 years now. I've been working for the company for almost 6. So I know a lot of the stuff that I know from the time I've been using it and having experimented. And then, of course, I have to learn the things that I never really used for troubleshooting purposes. So nobody knows all the software, not even me. There are people that probably are pretty darn close, but no silly questions. Absolutely no silly questions, please. I created a symbols list for semiconductor companies. How do I attach a scan specifically for this list to the money machine? So what I would personally, how I would likely play this, it might vary slightly on the scan or whatever, but what I would do for that is I go new top list. I would build out the top list scan that I want. Generally, I think once you're using a symbols list, you don't want to be using, excuse me, a lot of filters. Excuse me. You don't want to be using a lot of filters because you've already narrowed your universe of stocks so much. But you probably have some kind of filters or something you want to be using. And you attach that symbols list in here. If you're not familiar already, add list. You'll find your anything that you created will be, say, personal in brackets like we see right here. You'll add that. You'll put a check mark into it and make sure this says only the following lists. Once you've done all that, you're gonna, we do this one a top list. You'll right click that top list, go to collaborate. You're going to copy that collaborate string here. Then in your money machine settings, you're going to, doesn't matter what profile or anything you select, just select something. And then you can hit the 3 dots here and go to paste collaborate. And you'll paste it. You'll see how it says my like now because that's what I collaborated. And you just go, save it as a new profile or save profile, however you want to do that. And you'll give it all the instructions that you want to give it. I guess you'll want to save it after you've given it all the instructions you want to give it. But that's how you would do that. Let me know if you need me to circle back on any of that or if you have other specific questions on it, something I went over too fast, so on and so forth. I gather you have some money machine experience. I think you were just looking to tie in the symbols list aspect to it. But let me know I'm wrong on any of that. We go back, we circle back, no problem. All right. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Also, Jessica, here's a Holly video I did a while ago. You know, bookmark this, watch it at your leisure. We're here live right now, so we can go over questions live, but never hurts to have something as a backup later on. Give a watch, go back over things, so on and so forth. Alrighty, Fizz. Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you've got any issues with that, and we'll touch right back on that, of course. Great question. So we would call that a default layout. Default layout is going to change for you many times over, especially your first several months. If you're like anything like me, it'll probably be for the first few years, you're changing things around here and there. What you want to do is when you've set something up and that's how you want it to load every time you start trade ideas, on the menu bar, go to File, Save Layout. You get a window that looks like this. Look for the one that says default_layout.lti, all capital letters. Click on it, then click Save. And then moving forward, every time you open the software, that's what you'll get, what you just saved. And you can save over that as many times as you want. Like I said, it's going to be, there's a growth process to all this. So what you have now for your layout, it's unlikely that you'll have that same thing in a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, so on and so forth. You can also save multiple layouts too. So for example, when I first was learning the software and learning to trade, I thought I would, first I thought I was going to be a day trader. I'm not a day trader, I'm a swing trader. Second, I thought I would trade pre-market and make money in the pre-market, and then I'm done for the rest of the day. Pre-market was not my thing, but neither here nor there with that. I had created a pre-market layout. So what I did was, once I set up the pre-market layout the way I wanted, I went File, Save Layout, and then I just named it here pre-market layout. I still probably have an old one that's in there, and then I would save it like that. And then I could have the default layout that starts every time I start the software. And then if I go to File, Load Layout, I've got a number of layouts in here that I've saved over the years for various reasons. There's a pre-market one as an example, and I could just click on that and it will load that specific layout that I want while still keeping what my default layout is. So if you're loading into a blank screen, it just means that something happened on the download that stopped you from getting the actual default layout. No big deal. The actual default layout is just in our docked channel bar, the explosive winners channel. That's all what we start people off with. I don't know that a lot of people keep that as their default layout after they've really gotten familiar with the software. I suspect that 99% of users start creating from either different channels. They say, oh, I like this scan from this channel and this scan from that channel. And then let me build my own charts. And now I built my own scan too. So let me add those scans that I built with the other scans that I liked from the other channels and saved, and so on and so forth. And it kind of comes a conglomerate of those different items like that. That's generally what I have found over time. So again, keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So I want to take a look at the SKYT chart. I closed the trade in it some odd days ago. Closed the trade back on this down day here, actually. Thinking about getting back in it here, giving it the old consideration. Expand your toolbar. If I shrink it, watch what will happen. See how they're gone when I shrink it? Just give it an expansion and grab it like any other window. Slide it till you've got what you want out of it. At some point, it'll shrink so small that you don't see them. So we show the SPY on it representing your S&P 500. Dow Jones, we still have that as the actual index, and the Qs representing your NASDAQ. Keep the questions coming. Everybody and anybody. Don't be shy, folks. Anybody and everybody with questions. Don't be shy, please. Yeah, these are all things, like I said, when you're using the software long enough, you'll see them. Mark. So I don't see a question from you here, Mark. I'm scrolling up. Yeah, Mark, I don't see anything from you here. I'm scrolling all the way up to the beginning of the... If you had posted a question and had a link in it, it would have blocked it. Can't do any links in this here. Blame that on the spam bots of the world. There is a Mac version coming. I will not say it's coming soon. It is this, and everything you see here is actively being worked on to be completely redone. And I mean completely redone. The core of how the software works will all be the same, but configure windows will be different, and so on and so forth. How do I see which strategy is being used? Which window do I open? Can you give me some context on that, Mark? I'm not sure what you mean by which strategy is being used. Is that in question to Holly? If it's in question to Holly, there's a strategy column that you can add by right-clicking and going to columns. So you can see which strategy alerted a specific stock. If that's what you're referencing. If you're referencing something else, if you just throw me some context on that. And again, if you were referencing that, right-click, columns, it's all in alphabetical order. So you find strategy down here in the S's somewhere. Strategy, there you go. So you would select it and then move it from right to left so that it's part of the selected columns. Stop means that the stop price was hit. So let's see here. I don't know if any of these hit the stop or not at this point today. So 1308. So yeah, MNTS had a stop of 1308. Hold on, I don't put the Holly stuff on my charts here, so bear with me. Show AI trades. So here on this 5-minute chart, and I use a mix of browser charts and non-browser charts because the way data gets displayed on them. So on the non-browser, you can see the stop like this here. So we can see Holly hit the stop here on that chart. We can see the stop price of 1308. We're currently at 1260. You can see it's trying to rebound now after, stopping out and fading for a while. Okay, thanks. I also mean that when I open a channel like long or explosive winners, I want to see which filters are being used to generate the trades. If you can point me to that. Yeah, absolutely. On any scan that you want to see what's going on, right click and look for configure. And then you'll come to window specific filters. If it's a top list or a tree map or race, if it's an alert window, you have also, in addition to the window specific filters, you'll have the selected alerts tab. So let me open up let's see, the explosive winners channel. It's probably as good as I need to do this from. So on this top list here, right click, configure, top list, tree mapper, the same thing. Sorry, software got hung up for a second there. Yeah, so you could come in here and you can see what this is doing. You'd also get a summary here in the summary tab. With race, it's a little different. If you right click the race and go to configure, hit the advanced configure afterwards, and then you'll see what's going on in the race. You're looking at multi-strategy windows, right click, go on to strategies, find the strategy you want that's selected, and then come to the configure. So little nuances between the different ones there, Mark, but generally you'll find everything in the right click and looking for some kind of configuration there. And of course, if there's questions, let me know, don't hesitate. Let's see, high races versus tree maps. What's the better one you reckon to find runners? Not sure if I'm using races correctly, but not clear about the difference between delta and total and race setup. So first, generally, I will say there's no such thing as better or worse. It's all subjective. The better one is the one that works best for you. That's probably something that takes a little time of using and getting familiar with. I like races because of the way the data is displayed. You could get a top list. So let me show, for example, here. Let me get rid of this because I have races here. This is from when I used to actually day trade. I don't day trade anymore. But let me open top lists. So look at this top list here. Look how many stocks are in this. Realistically, I can't go through all those stocks and make any decisions. It's an insane amount of stocks. There's probably 60, 70, 80 stocks on here. How the heck could I possibly look at all of these and make any kind of real decision? So what the race does is this. I say, all right, listen, top list, underlying top list. I want you to find me the stocks based on the filters that I've selected. Then I want you to sort those stocks based on whatever I tell you to sort it. Race. Then I say race. Once you have those stocks and you've sorted them, then I want you to show me those stocks, how they're moving based on the filter that I tell you to show me how they're moving on. In this example here, I'm asking it to tell me from the change from open and on the total, meaning the stocks that are absolutely up the most from the open, how are they moving relative to each other right now? And that's what that's doing. If I selected the delta, that means, all right, once we have found the stocks that meet the underlying top list, now pretend they're all even. And how are they moving relative to each other evenly from the open like that? That's the difference between all of that. So my brain liked it much better when I was looking at just this narrow view of stocks, and then I could even probably narrow it a bit further to what we have here essentially and really focus on the top half of that, while at the same time I create a watch list on this side of prior winners. Now, there's two different ways we could do this with the winners. I could either select it so it's showing me just the top 10 and how many times each one of those top 10 won, or I could just see all winners. And it's just got this list that I can scroll down as well like that. And it still tells me the number of times a stock has actually won a race. So that's entirely, up to you how you want to display that. Again, that becomes subjective to what works best for you. And this creates a watch list on the side. So CODX won 3 races, right? It's not winning races currently. Maybe I want to wait for a high of the day break on it, or if it was below the VWAP now, or if it was below a Bollinger Band, or whatever, I'm using for an indicator. I can set a price alert around where I want to see it, alert me and say, hey, I want to be reintroduced to this stock again if this thing happens. So now it doesn't have to win a race again. It doesn't have to necessarily do anything, quote, special relative to a scan. But if it does something that's special to me as a trader, I've got the price alert on there and I can say, all right, bang. Now I can see it again because the price alert put it back in front of me. So I hope that helps in a roundabout way there. If you have more questions on what I just went over, don't be shy. Get those in for me. Let's see, Fizz. I was able to create top list, collaborate, and copy. I'm failing to paste part on the MM. Perhaps I missed something. Yeah, so on the paste part here, let me get this over here. the three dots. So just select any strategy, then click on the three dots and paste collaborate. You just got to change the strategy for whatever reason. It's a little nuance that's in with it. So go ahead, change the strategy, paste collaborate. It'll collaborate it in there. Then set up all the different items that you want to set up in there for how you're entering and exiting and the stops and trailing stops and or trade waves, so on and so forth. Then go ahead and either save it the profile or save it as a new profile, and you'll be able to go from there and launch that. Yeah, there's two different three dots. You want the three dots on the strategy, not the three dots on the profile. Three dots below that. What is the name of that list that I'm talking about? Oh, it's just a list that's, I'm assuming, I surmise, you're talking about the top 10 list on the race. All races create a list of winners. You can either choose view all winners or view just the top 10 winners. That's what I've done over here. It's just a segment, so I really wish this wasn't. I really wish this wasn't a thing, but let me go over it. When Holly was first created at the very end of 2016, it was just Holly. That was the end of it. It had its strategies. The end of story. It was just Holly. That's it. In mid-June of 2018, a whole new set of strategies were introduced to Holly in addition to what Holly had already. Those strategies were created by, some of them were created by the people that helped originally create the original Holly strategies. So those new ones were called Holly 2.0 strategies. And then some of those strategies were created by someone who had nothing to do with the original Holly whatsoever. Those were called Holly Neo strategies. Of course, this then became insanely confusing for everybody. And we, let's say, within a year and a half, give or take, we removed the segments essentially, or I shouldn't say remove the segments. We combined the Holly 2.0s into the Holly Grail. Holly Neo, however, has some nuances that are slightly different in how it works with its backtesting and optimization process that aren't altered for very specific reasons. So Holly Neo remained its own segment because of that. In all honesty, there's really no difference in the front of the house as far as you folks are concerned. A Holly strategy is a Holly strategy is a Holly strategy is a Holly strategy. And that's the end of it. But because there's some behind the scenes stuff that has to do with the backtesting and optimization, they're separate for that reason. It doesn't make any difference. One set of strategies is not better than any other set of strategies. There's this whatever belief in the brief period that they were all segmented like that one segment worked better than the others. Over the long run, it just no. Just a no. So I encourage people, and the video that I share on Holly that I created, I go over this. I say, in the past, you may see some old videos that still float around out there where Holly's in different segments. And there used to be different Holly channels because of the segments. It's all just one Holly now. The only thing we separate out at this point in the channels is just long and short calls from Holly, long trades and short trades from Holly, or long alerts and short alerts, however you want to call that. But again, I would highly encourage everybody, simply think of Holly as one Holly. I gotta keep my eye on this here. All right. Okay, let me scroll back up because I know a ton of stuff had come in and I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody on any of this. We talked about Tree Map's first races. We went back over how to get the collaborate in there. We went back over the lists that are created from the races. Where's the TI section? I'm not sure what you mean by TI section, Jessica. If you have some context you could point me towards, please. Trade indicator for advanced picks. I'm guessing you're talking about the TI wave. Is that possible? I'm going to go with you're talking about the TI wave. No, there's no the AI thinks something is coming section or anything like that. There's just the AI alerts. That's it. If something happens, if it meets criteria, we have what we call our TI wave. You can see that here with this blue, then switching back to orange and blue wave. The blue indicates an uptrend. The orange indicates a downtrend. And they're marked with these B's and S's for buys and sells. It's not something you could just blindly follow, but the idea is the TI wave identifies changes in trend based on a 5 and 13 EMA. I forget what the heck it is now. Hold on, let me look. What is it? 5 and 12, sorry, 5-12 EMA cross essentially. So what happens here is when price action moves a certain way and those EMAs make a cross, we get moving back into the blue, which would be accompanied by a B, a blue B. I just have it so the last couple of B's and S's are on there. And if the price action were to change, we move back into the orange. It would be indicated by an orange B. An orange S, excuse me, and I can show more indicators on that if I wanted to. I just have it set up so it only displays the last couple. Let's save that. Let's get out, and then you're going to see how the S's and the B's lined up with where I circled more than less. Yeah. So TI wave, it was formerly known as trade wave. We changed the name to TI wave since we are trade ideas. So TI wave. Yeah, so that's that. I'm going to first share a video with you on it, but I'm going to go over more about it in 1 second here, just so you have the video. You can refer to it at a later time if you want. And again, it really, I think its best purpose is used for is identifying a change in trend. The question always becomes then, will that change in trend last or not last? Because look at this here. What I want to show is the stock runs sideways, right? So get in it, get out, get in it, get out, get in it. It didn't go anywhere for most of that, right? You would have just gotten chopped to pieces here. It was just the price action moved enough that the EMAs crossed one side or the other several times and indicating that. But the idea is, all right, well, we've got a possible change in trend. All right, well, now the change in trend is held for several candles, whatever our time frame will be, because it works on all time frames. And we could say, all right, if we get above a certain amount like this, or if I see XYZ go on, or if the market does this, then I want to be a participant in this stock. That's where it's supposed to come in and help traders. That's my 2 cents on how it should come in and help traders. Now, one of the things with the TI wave is you want to be on our latest beta software for this. So if you go to help on the menu bar, go to about, and you want to be on 5.8.1.0. If you are not on that, you're going to want to download our latest beta. Bear with me here. So here's our download page, and I'm going to share a link to that as well. It's funny, you say the videos are great, but you have to see how many people email in telling me how bad my videos are and that I should kill myself, literally. It's amazing. Anyways, with all that said, once you're on that beta right here, go ahead and press that button. And then, sometimes depending on your browser, it downloads, up into the browser area up here, or check your download folder on your PC. You'll run that installer, launch the beta, and that'll be that. And then you can, you get back into the software and you'll have access to the TI wave. You're going to look for it in this indicator sector up here. There's this those bars with the squiggly line above them. When you're on the beta, you'll see that. You click on it and you'll see TI wave. You just go ahead and click on the TI wave and it'll enable it. There are some settings with that 3 dots in the line that you can look at here. What I tell people is load the TI wave the way it is first. Look it over, get used to it. Look at some different charts with it, see how you feel about it. If you truly feel that you think there's a better EMA cross combination, by all means, swap things out. Or if you want to swap to an SMA, swap it to an SMA, whatever you like if at that point. The main cloud and crossover comes from a 512 on the EMAs. This 8.9 means really nothing. It really means nothing at this point. You can go with larger clouds. You can add to it if you want, so on and so forth. And you could always revert if you change anything up in here and you say, you know what, I want to go back to what it was. There's a revert button that you can use with that as well. Nope, they'll come up automatically. So if you have a chart up and a new candle prints and a B or an S is triggered because of that new candle printing, you'll get the B or S on the chart. It'll just put it right up there for you. So there's no prediction in the market, obviously, but the idea, 99% of traders, whether they realize it or don't realize it, they're trend followers. We're trying to identify trends and identify them as early as we can, get in them as early as we can, and then get out of the trend when we believe the trend's ending as early as we can. There's no, every indicator on this planet is lags price and volume. The only 2 things that are in real time are price and volume. Every SMA, EMA, MACD, RSI, Bollinger Bands, Kelter Bands, stochastics, I don't know. You list literally any technical indicator. Every single one of them lags price. You can make your indicators faster by lowering the period. That may get you in something faster, but it also will give you more false signals too. That's just the trade-off with it, where if you go slower, it may take more time to set up, but the trend may be more established at that point, so on and so forth. So it's one of those big places where technical analysis is completely subjective. So we got some time left here before Barry wraps up his break. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. What does a blue arrow on your chart mean? It means a price alert went off on that candle. So I've got a price alert window here for some stocks I'm tracking right now. I'm considering taking a position in. So price alert went off on this candle here for SKYT. Again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. Is there a chat room where the mark? Yeah, we have a trader's room. So this doubles as a trader's room, actually. Barry will come back in a little bit here, about 10 minutes, give or take, and take back over this stream. But there's another side to this stream where there are other traders that are hanging, discussing whatever they're discussing. Nobody is, there's no like pumping stocks in there, any nonsense like that. Anybody that does try to pull any junk like that, they're ejected from the room pretty quickly and banned permanently. You can find the Traders Room on our education page here, along with a bunch of other videos. There's Getting Started series, Back to Basics series, which covers things from like literally what is a stock up to different kinds of algorithmic trading, some ebooks, and so on and so forth there. But the Traders Room entry is on that page, that education page as well for you. So right now, I'm guessing it's a dead stream over there. Like Barry's probably, streaming his screen over there. But I don't know if he's back on the mic at this point over there or not. So again, folks, a few more minutes here before we wrap up for the day. Glad it helped. We do this all market days. Again, Barry's got the Traders Room going for the whole day. He's super knowledgeable on the software. He can help with questions, of course. We break things up, give him a break for for an hour here. On top of, it's never hurtful to have different folks, give some different insight into the software and their experiences as well. taking a look back at this FUTU Barry had mentioned before. And again, still a few minutes left here, folks, so don't be shy. I'm going to restart my software. Something happened to my Brokerage Plus that is screwing me up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and relaunch. All right, the silent treatment the last few minutes here. I see how it is. Boy, ON Semiconductors. What a move on that one, huh? I suppose it's most semiconductors that have had quite some move. Perfect. Yeah, so now you'll have access to that TI wave. It lines up better with the video that I showed, actually. The prior production version has the TI wave in it, but it's a little strange how to get to it compared to the beta version. It's a little cleaner. Right, Barry?
Who you calling right, Barry?
You, because you're always right.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, I cringe sometimes when I say, "Listen, guys, who wants the wave?" And the hands go up, and I go, "Oh my, okay. What version of the product do they have?
Yep.
Do they have, and you have to go through, do they have FX or do they,
Yep.
Anyway, when is that all going to be rectified?
Never.
Never. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, anybody that's on those prior versions will always have to go to the FX,
right.
but that won't exist going forward.
But Chris, I have asked Well, I've asked though on versions. I mean, look, we've got camera screenshot. I asked in the room, how many people take a camera screenshot? And I got nobody saying, why can't we have the wave as one of the options in the chart? Just
Yeah.
obvious. Why are we burying the lead? I like to call it, we're burying the lead in this thing, forcing people to try to find out where it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I keep asking, well, you know what? There's going to be a marketing meeting at 2:00 today. Every marketing meeting, every dev meeting, I bring it up, say, look, and I'd say, I'd lie. Thousands upon thousands of people are asking for it. But seriously, I mean, there has to be a reason why we thought camera.
I think it has to do with like affiliates and sales and things of that nature. And I just have a feeling it's one of those things that got added and it was a lot of work and they want to leave it there like that. I personally think that the trade wave, a TI wave, should be more front and center than literally anything else.
Exactly. Anywho,
I think it's one of the best features we've added in, ever maybe. Oh. I mean, in all honesty.
No, I agree. I mean, there was a day a couple of weeks ago where, for whatever reason, my TI wasn't working well for me, and I could not have it. And I mean, I was just so used to it as a nice, beautiful visual aid, and that's that's what it is for me. The nice visual aid. I mean, I like to see the buy and sell flags. Eventually, maybe having your own strategies, giving you real-time alerts on them. But right now, for me, I just find it wonderful as a visual aid.
Yep.
And that's it. So you can go now.
All right. Fair enough. Off I go.
It's 101. Are you? No, I guess there's only.
Yeah, it's a shortened week, so it'll just it'll be as far as I know, Dan tomorrow, Steve Thursday, Andy Friday, and then we get back to normal schedule. Next week will be me Monday, Steve doubling up Tuesday, Thursday, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Well, thanks for spelling me. Always appreciated. And
of course,
we'll see you next week then.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Oh, wait, I got to stop sharing. My bad. There you go. All yours. Now, really, bye.
Okay, there we go. I'm sharing now my screen. And back in both rooms, guys. Give me one moment as I get that music going. And I have taken please do it this time. I've taken a shot at this RGTI. And by the way, I have to thank William for pointing out one of the reasons why the DXYZ was moving down. And so I did offload a fair amount now between around the 64 level. Okay. I always get back in, but I've offloaded a fair amount around the 64 level. Okay. Of the DXYZ, sorry. And that's what we call teamwork. Seriously. William if you had not have posted that, I would have seen the downturn, but I may not have known exactly the reason. And it makes sense. It makes sense. If it was 68 down to 54, I mean, that's a pretty decent drop. Are you talking to me, Jessica, in terms of liking the setup in our YouTube room? All right. Well, that's a good segue for me because what I do right now, as I take over both rooms again, is I go over my homepage, including the scans that you see, everything that you see, I'm sharing. So if you know how, I'll show you. So first of all, here's my, it's a custom. I mean, it's just my layout. It's my custom layout, if you want to call it a custom, but it's just a layout. but I can show you how you can have the three things you're seeing here anyway. So first of all, though, just give me a moment as I go through my homepage one last time today. So here is a way, guys. This is still valid. Okay, this is probably going to be valid until, well, I know till 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight for sure. Maybe it'll still be valid tomorrow. I cannot guarantee it though. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, if you're willing to take out a premium annual, you can get 28% off. The rest of them, the two premium and standard monthlies, or the standard annual, you can get 22% off. Okay. So those are the two promo codes that we've got going on right now. And again, in theory, the way the email is structured, it says it's over 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So all I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the use of these promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the two rooms that I'm moderating free, the YouTube room and then the other room. If you are sitting in YouTube wondering what is the other room, here it is, called the trading room. It is free also. A lot more action though in this room. If you're looking for that, then come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, you can come into this room. Lots of traders are already in the room. I get on the mic around 9 to 9:15 for both rooms. And then I go to, depending on how many questions I get, anywhere between 2 to 2:30 or later, depending on how many questions I get. But again, this room, the trading room, is most of the time open even after I leave. I'll have to ask Obi what time he wants to keep it open. He doesn't have to, so I'm going to ask him. When I leave, I may close it depending on what he wants to do. So those are the two rooms. Okay. Education. If you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, you can click on the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started. That is mandatory if you're a new subscriber. If you don't have the product, I would start off with the second video. Go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can try us for a month. You don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. 15 videos are all free if you're new to trading. Okay. And give me one moment. All right. Obi says he's going to go to 3 o'clock today. Okay. So big bonus. So the room, even when I leave, sometimes say between 2 and 2:30, the main room will be open till about 3. Thanks, Obi. All right. Now looking for my scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit, view the scans. So here is the large cap race right here. Here is the more volatile race is right here. So here are the two races that I'm sharing. Here is the halts resumes. Okay, so this is what you can see. These are the two main. I mean, this is more information, but it is still valuable. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. I have 4 other scans that I am currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. So you can take a look at them, but here are the ones that you can actually see, these two races plus the halts resumes. So all you have to do is, does anybody want to understand how you can take them from here and get them onto your screen? I can go over that if somebody wants, so it's fine. You might say, well, great. I see a link there, but how do I get it onto my monitor? If somebody wants me to go over that, I will. If not, I'll just move on. You got it? Good. Okay. And the reason I do it kind of a la carte, Jessica, is that not everybody wants everything that I've got. So, you can kind of pick and choose. Okay, now I'm obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm out of the WWW. It was okay. Made as William would say, a few acorns or some pocket lint for it. The FUGT is still, or sorry, FUTG, excuse me, still have it. Give me a moment. Sounds like spam to me. Just give me a moment. Well, when you load it, you will see them. Okay, sorry, Market View, because all you have to, if you load it, say you loaded this race right here, the large cap gainers. Let's say you loaded that one, and you just right click, open the top list. Because remember, all races start from a top list window. Notice when I right click in this top list window, the option is to launch the real time stock race. Okay. And so now, in order to see what I've got here in this top list window, you right click, configure, and this is what you can do. And then click on the summary. This is telling you what what it's looking for. And of course, you can make any changes you want. If you don't like my price range, maybe whatever, you can add whatever filters you want and launch your own race based on your filters. But okay, anything I'm sharing, the usual way. I mean, I have this one open. This is from you just right click. No, this is a bad example. Same thing here. Right click on that race, open the top. Whoops. Didn't want to do that. So right click, open the top list. So it's very different, isn't it? Because look at the list. Look at the list of stocks in this one compared to the other one. Why? Well, I go over that one. If I click on configure here, all I'm looking for is stocks between $150, 200,000 shares have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's all I care about in this. Okay. It's just what I like, Mark. I mean, there's nothing, this is the price range that I like. Some might like between 1 and 10. Some might like between 50 and 1,000. Okay. I mean, I don't like trading stocks under a dollar, but some love it. It's really, so there's really no I mean, my rationale, I suppose, is over my trading for a few years. That's just what I kind of like. But look, there are a lot of people that love playing stocks under a dollar or stocks, from 100 to 1,000. I just don't. But that doesn't mean that, so that's just me though. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's because you might look at this and go, well, I'd rather have stocks between 1 and 10. Great. Make the change. Okay. And the same thing on this one. I mean, and this is a good example. When I open the top list here, look how short it is. And why? Because this is what I want to see. It's I mean, it's a different price range, 10 and 70, but this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks near the high of the day in this. And again, why? Just because that's what I want. I like to see stocks near the high of the day. 95, that position in the day's range. If about 100, that would be a stock right at the high of the day, as an example. But 95 is going to be pretty close. And I'm looking for large caps, so I put the minimum float is 50 million, and the minimum market cap is 500 million. That's what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see, though. Okay. Some might say, well, that's not a big market cap. I'd rather see 1 billion. Do it. So I'm not trying to be evasive or anything. It's just, it just happens to be what I want to see. There are a lot of people who don't like something like this because they rather see stocks that have pulled back a lot. I'm not a huge pullback player. It's not because playing pullbacks is bad. In fact, it's for those of you who do it, they probably love it. I'm just more in tune with seeing stocks near the high or the low of the day. That's all. Just different style. It's sort of what's worked for me more. It doesn't mean I will not play a pullback. You hear me talk about, looking at stocks pulling back into the VWAP a lot. So I've sort of changed a bit in that regard. The best thing to do is if you don't have a trading style at all, and we have our simulator, and what I would do is I would practice different trading styles. We have our simulator using our real-time data. Steve Gomez, who will be in the YouTube room on Thursday, he loves, on a 15-minute chart, he has a 10 SMA, and he loves watching stocks come into the 10 SMA. There's just he's been trading for a long time also. Okay, guys. There's no reason for me to get out of my FUTG right now. It's still kind of hugging the wave. Okay. Again, this is the FUTU 2-time. And FUTU is still going to look it's going to look virtually the same as the other one. Why would I trade that one instead of this one? Well, the price is 105 and the other one is 4. So that's my rationale, okay? If you're wondering. All right. AMD, and what's this one doing? AIMD. Well, another one, kind of through the VWAP or at the VWAP area. A lot of volume. Yeah, 6 million, 5.7 million in the float. If there's any news in it, I can't see any news on this one. Okay, guys. Now let's see if there's anything here just over the whole number. Don't see anything. See a couple that are getting close to the whole number. Okay, guys, so here's one that is maybe BIRK. I just clicked on it, won a race, a couple of races earlier. Maybe, it's coming. Well, not maybe, but it's sort of drifting down into the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? I mean, the VWAP right here is around 42.61.2, so we're about a dime away. Will that act as support? Or if it breaks down through it, might be an interesting short. Okay. I mean, the way the market is right now, we're making a little pop here, but market is trying to drift down a little bit more. So this might be taking a stock like BIRK down. Interesting action, though. I mean, it had earnings a few days ago and got hammered down on earnings, and a couple of days later, still making lows. But for whatever reason, there's a big gap. It must have been maybe some news, but there was a big gap on. See, Wednesday to Thursday. This is Thursday's bar candle, 33 to 33. Yeah, I mean that's a big, big move. I don't know what happened because I mean you would think, the earnings was not good. I mean the reaction to earnings not good, but then we had this massive move here and a continuation. Boy, Codex is on the move here, guys. Again, Ebola play. Just had a what a move, 112%. Low float, 40 million have traded. Not shortable for me. Remember what happened to the GovX? GovX was an Ebola play last week. Did a financing. Hasn't been hammered down that much because of the financing, though. They also had this news. GeoVax drops 11% to 324 after stopping COVID vaccine development. And Roth Capital strongly agrees with her doing that. So I don't know what, I mean, they again, they've got nothing. They've got no drug for Ebola, but they came out last week and said, what did they say? They're developing vaccines for Ebola, but there's nothing. They don't have anything yet. But traders see that and go, oh boy, okay. Well, we saw the billion that they're looking to sell, yeah, from time to time, or up to $1 billion, yeah, in terms of the DYXA. Trading lower after the company announced a $1 billion. Oh, it's actually an offering. Okay. Yeah. But I thank William for that because I was able to get out quite a bit right here. Yeah, he posted that. All right, guys. So here's another one coming into the VWAP, SLNH. All right, guys, I'm just still have some of this. The only thing I've got right now, well, yeah, the only thing, well, no, I've got some of the RGTI, but I may be offloading it. It just does, it look very interesting trying to break out over 2530, but it just doesn't seem to be wanting to. So, but the FUTG, still no reason to get out completely of the trade the way this wave is forming. Well, this was a big one at the beginning of the day. The oust, what did it get to? Got to from 38 all the way up to 45. Big pullback through the, now it's just kind of chopping around the VWAP. Okay, for those of you who are still following this Bray, which is one, wow, Codex has won now 13 races. BRAI. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the VWAP. That's far enough away. You know, you got to be careful. The float is, I'm surprised there is not more has traded. Is that SLNH? Soluna? Well, I mean, how's it setting up? I mean, it's obviously in a downturn, but you know, will the VWAP hold it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the VWAP is right there. Will it hold it? The next low looking left is 169. So that's your major area right here. Will 2, which is approximately 2, will that hold it? Okay, out of there, GTI guys. Out, out, out. Took a little loss on it. I really thought that it would, once it got through that 25-30 mark again, thought it might have a nice run maybe to 26, but nope. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's the VWAP. I mean, call it 2. I mean, you know, basically at 2, will 2 be able to hold it? All right, so looking at a monthly chart, obviously this Codex, CODX has some room, 1196, call that 12. So there would be maybe a daily high or a weekly high, obviously lower than that. But on a, let's take a look. Maybe I have to scroll back a little bit. Yeah, so the next high in a weekly chart is 1035. So it's kind of close already. All right, guys. Well, I wanted to thinking about shorting this ASST, but I'm a little late. You should have shorted underneath the VWAP break. Looking to go long this one actually earlier, but yeah, shorting this on that VWAP break would have been decent underneath that whole number of 19. Other thing I should point out, if you load either of these two races right now, or even the Hoss resumes, you're not going to get everything that I've got. Okay, I'm running this race starting in the pre-market. Whenever I load trade ideas, that's when the race starts. Okay, so when you load, if you loaded this one right now, that's when your race starts, and so you'll be building your own top 10 list. Okay. So if you load these, don't think, well, what am I doing wrong? How come I don't have this list? Well, your race starts at 1:30. If you just do it now, and then you will start building your list from there. I'm actually running both these. Well, I'm running this one in the pre-market. You can run them in the pre-market all the way to the post-market, yeah, including the post-market. Well, I'm glad I got out of the RGTI. Okay, guys, 1:32. So I may only have about half an hour left, unless there are questions. Thinking about grabbing some here, guys. Just as a trade for the DXYZ. VWAP is certainly far enough away. Not suggesting anybody do the same thing. Yeah, this is sort of flattening out on the. I was hoping maybe to see a big blue, but a big, more of a definitive move upwards. So I think I'll back off. All right, guys. Well, this one's on the move. This is a DUOT. This is a lifetime high. Yeah, DUOT is a lifetime high. Volume coming in over that whole number of 14. Had a tremendous 3 days, not quite a double 4 days, I guess. Well, 3 days plus today. DUOT. Shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares. A little extended right now, perhaps, but it is a lifetime high. What do they do? Hmm. All-time high. Pretty cheap stock to be an all-time high. Western Union. This is on the way down. Western Union. Wow. $8 stock. $8 stock. I think we looked at this a few days ago. Yeah, founded in 1851. I don't think I found one that was earlier than that. Founded in 1851, Western Union. Basically, not quite a lifetime low. I don't know where the actual lifetime low would be, but you can see that 1.6% in red. That means if you had a lifetime candle, it would be right at the bottom. Oh, I didn't take it, but there went the DUOT. I did not take it, unfortunately. Well, so maybe an interesting one, the Stratasys, SSYS. Look what it's doing, going right into the 200-day moving average. The actual number is 973, so it's right at that 200-day moving average. Will that stall it? Lots of shares available for me to short. Over a million, little over a million at Interactive Brokers. You know, that can be a real block right there, that 200-day moving average. You can see my the blue line on my daily chart. And then there's another high, not that far away, 993. See, the only issue I've got with it, the relative volume is it's only 1.9, so it's trading 1.9 times normal up to this time of day, which is, I mean, it's better than one, so it's a little abnormal, but not. I'm just wondering about how dynamic it would be. All right, guys. Well, 20 minutes maybe for me. So if you've got questions, now's a good time to ask if you have any. They're going to back off this. I thought I might take, a trading, like a little intraday trade on this one, but I think I'm going to back off. I'm going to watch it tomorrow, though, see if we can get even a further. Well, what did it hit? It hit $54. Yeah, they came aboard. Probably could have been Wednesday, but certainly by Thursday. And we need a bigger explanation about what they're all about. But if I right click, configure, or I sort of know what they're about, but how do you use them? So what is it called? Oops. So yeah, time to 5-day median high, time to 5-day median low, 10-day and 10-day for both of these also. Okay, these are and these are the basis behind them. There has actually a channel now. If you click on new and then dock channel bar and then buy the lows. So these are the two that I think Dan was using last Wednesday. Okay, so but don't ask, how exactly, to use them, how to well, I think this means, well, 5-day median low, so it's 9 minutes away from it. It's above it, I guess. But the best thing to do is, ask Dan tomorrow. I was told they're going to do a video on it to, further explain like how to potentially use it. Because I mean, there are a lot of symbols showing up all day long. He's also, I guess, using it on a 10-minute chart for whatever reason. Well, I mean, this spread is okay now for the BRAI, only a nickel, but it needs volume. You can see what's happening. I mean, the volume was, of course, huge back here, and but if you look at a 5-minute chart, I mean, the volume bar, you can hardly even see it. And it's not a matter of the actual volume; it's is there a volume bar that's standing out? Your system says to buy GKOS here. Okay. So for a bounce. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. When I'm saying that, it's William in the main room. That's what he is saying. His system is saying. He is a bounce player, tries to find stocks that are going to bounce or oversold stocks, overbought stocks, you mean. William, would you say your percentage of trying to find bounces is way more than trying to find tops? Just out of curiosity. There you go. Yeah, I haven't really seen you talk about excuse me, tops too much. Most of the time they're bounces. Look at the wow. Some of these look at the volume that's coming into CRSR. Ha! Groupon. Who the heck still buys Groupon? Yeah. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Here's Corsair guys. You know anything about gaming mice, etc. CRSR. So over the whole number, but look left. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it now, of course, because it's too extended. But even if it weren't too extended, I wouldn't be looking at it or taking it because two highs right up here. 828. There's nothing is going to give you a buy or sell signal other than the RAI. Okay, in theory, there's an entry, and then there's a stop. If you're looking for something that's going to, but even in the AI on the entry, it's not going to give you a target to get out. They'll have a stop. The only thing that you can do, you can see if it works for you. If you can see my screen, can you see where it says Smart Stop? So this is for anybody really, but market review asked the question. Can you see where it says Smart Stop? I'm just kind of pointing at it on the 15-minute chart for CRSR. Yes, no? Well, as I'm waiting, just to show you anybody who's interested, how to get that little Smart Stop on the screen. Okay. So if you go to your chart and you right click and go to properties, see where it says smart risk levels, you check that. You check that. Okay. If it's unchecked, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. But if it's not checked, check it. Now you'll get these. Now you'll start to get this Smart Stop on your screen. So what does it mean exactly? What it means is that if you took this trade at 812 right here, a suggested stop would be 789. Okay, that's what it means. Doesn't mean you have to follow it. You may look at that, go, wow, that's a pretty wide stop. I'd rather have my stop at the bottom of that candle. That's fine. But every time you click on it, I'll click on Ford right now. So the same thing, saying if you took the trade right now at 1552, your smart stop would be 1515. Now, how is it generated? I believe it's something to do with ATRs, highs and lows of the day, 15-minute candles, etc. And that's how the smart stop is generated. And what happens is the smart stop will, now again, the smart stop is based on if you took the trade right now at say 1553. If later on in the day Ford was up at 16 and you clicked on it, that smart stop would have moved up. Well, it's got something to do with ATR and I believe highs and lows of the day and something to do with 15-minute candles. Okay, I do not have, and it's sort of proprietary. Question is, how is it, like, how do you actually get it? It is proprietary. So again, that'll be generated every single time you click on an alert. So again, if you took MP at 67.60, here's your stop down here, 65.20. Again, do you want to do that? I mean, it's just an idea, right? It doesn't mean, if you looked at that and go, wow, that's way too wide, maybe I'll put it here. And that's fine. It's just an idea. Okay. And as far as there's no target, I mean, in theory, there's a target, but with that blue, with the green area, it's just double the difference between where if you took the stock here, the trade here, and then where the stop is, and you multiply by 2. I mean, it's not really what I would almost get rid of it. It means nothing, in my opinion. You might want to try to follow this. You can practice in the simulator, saying, okay, let me take trades using that smart stop. But as always, the whole idea, though, of course, is to look left and say, okay, if I took this trade right now at 1070, okay, if that were my stop, and that is let's make the math easy, 45 cents away, make it 50 cents away. That would mean I'd have to be able to look left and I'd have to see, could I make $1 on this trade? Could I? Is there something going to block me? Is there some daily high? Is there some weekly high that's going to block me? Obviously, in this particular case, it's an all-time high, so there'd be nothing blocking me in this case. But for instance, if I looked left and I saw a daily high, if I'm in this one at 1068 and I saw a daily high at 11, I wouldn't take the trade. Because if I'm going to put a 50-cent stop on something, I have to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making $1 on the trade, a 1 for 2 based on risk reward. I'm not going to risk 50 cents to maybe make 30 cents. Now, just because I see that I could make $1 on the trade doesn't mean I'm going to. But at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. I got to look at Groupon now. You guys have got me all interested in Groupon. So Groupon turning into an AI company. Announces the resignation of the chief operating officer. Also, this is all today, and today's the 26th. All today, cutting 400 positions as part of a restructuring plan. Estimates $20 to $25 million in cost savings doing that. All right, guys, it's 1:55. So I still don't see that news about, but obviously the restructuring plan, but that talks about how they're getting rid of 400 people, but but the restructuring must be the fact that they're, oh, here we go. Will advance its previous disclosed strategy to rebuild as an AI native. What does that mean, though? What does that actually mean? What does that mean they're going to do exactly? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, if I were them, I'd do quant. Still, still newsworthy. Oh, I see. You're being a little facetious. Yeah, I want to cover them all. We're going to do crypto, quant, and oh yeah, we're launching a satellite into space. Yeah, a Groupon discounter right into space. All right, guys. Well, a couple of minutes, maybe. I'll always stay later if there are questions. I do have to leave for a while, so it'll be interesting to see what happens at BRAI when I, by the time I come back. Talked about the Corsair just a little while ago, guys, and now so I had the pullback. It was just a little too extended for me. Yeah, CRSR, a little too extended for me, but did have a little pullback, starting to move again. But as always, that was the reason I didn't like it because 824, 827, and 825, two highs right there. I should have turned around and showed her that ASST. That is just a beautiful breakdown from 19. It's about as good as it gets. You know, a break of 19 underneath the VWAP, and only one little jog up. Follow the orange wave down. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So Obi says he's going to keep the main room open till 3 o'clock. Now, what I do is I keep this layout up and running, so still something to look at. You know, the race is still active. So Obi's going to keep the room open till 3 o'clock Eastern time. For those of you in YouTube, I do have to shut you down, but I will put the link to get into the main room. If you want to come into the main room, it's free also. And click on my homepage link. This is for people in YouTube only, okay? Click on my homepage link and scroll down where you see the trading room. It's free. It's still free. And this will be open till 3 o'clock. Also opens at 6:45 a.m. in the morning. So if you're looking for some pre-market action or a room with pre-market action, come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that also. Okay, don't see any more questions, so I'm going to shut down YouTube now. We'll see you guys tomorrow.